Hmm. When did he finish the talents?
Look, I'm glad to be with you. I will keep this short and sweet. I wasn't here yesterday. Dave's not here today because he's sick. We wish him a quick recovery. Alex Jones is on the show, so you know what that means. Please do consider watching at Rumble or on Mug Club. And listen, to people who have been listening on audio, we've heard you. I know a lot of people have accidentally been unsubscribed. There's been something going on with the RSS feed, so please do consider subscribing on Apple, on Android, on Spotify. Leave a rating or review. It does help, but there were 50,000 something people who... It could be more than that, who were complaining that the feed broke. It should be fixed. Please do resubscribe or just double check whatever app it is. Back in my day, it used to be the iTunes. Now it's all Apple. On with the show, Bible Stories.
Hey, Christ. What you doing?
Make this quick.
I'm fasting, bro.
Till
You know,
we meet
if you were to
again.
endorse me for leader of the free world,
Goodbye now.
everyone could be fasting all the time. It's true.
Believe me, I know.
Jesus, I'd like you to think about joining me. We can spread matching uniforms and crippling taxes across the world.
You mean stealing?
Democratic stealing.
So stealing.
No democratic socialism!
I'm okay. I'm gonna go back to fasting.
What if I were to give you free health care?
Free healthcare? Really?
Yes! Except you'd have to pay for it.
I'm not interested in any way, shape, or form.
Perhaps I could interest you in an assortment of dreidels! Dreidels!
Look, I've had enough. I don't want any of your stuff.
Quite the persnickety Jew I see. Do you like free speech?
Very much so. It's great.
We're fresh out! But we do have some of these! I can do this all day!
I'm okay.
Wait! Endless possibilities! Countdown races do this song, do-da! Do-da! What about free healthcare?
I'm gonna...
Oh, and Jesus,
Yeah. But
One more thing. If you're truly God's son, and I'm not saying you are not, then jump down from this mountain. Surely the angels will. Oh, my leg!
That's delicious. Glad to be back in this chair. And the chair is actually higher, really, because Dave was in the chair. Well, yes. I need to go. Where's the left side? There you go. That's too low. That's too low. This is Dave height. This is Gerald height. Split the difference. So look, you've got over, under, and through. There we go. Oh. The seam on my pants just
Uh-oh.
I'm going to be speaking in a high voice. Women, you don't understand what this is. We'll be talking about women. We'll be talking about men. We have Alex Jones on the show. We may be removed, so of course go and watch on Rumble. We'll be going through the Twitter files, and this is one of those things. Since I wasn't here yesterday, we always say if we don't hit it first, we try to hit it best, give you information that maybe some other people have missed. But men and women it's a dynamic that we often discuss. And women, I know you'll often say like, oh, it's just being hit in the nether regions as a man is the same as a woman being hit in the chest. No. It's an organ. And I just had an organ with my genes. The seam became a high-tension cable wire. You want to know what that feels like? Take your kidneys, wrap them in a piano wire, and cinch them.
Oof. Ow.
That's too descriptive.
That's what just happened. All right. Mr. Dave, we wish him, obviously, a swift recovery. So it's just me and Gerald A. today, which may work because of Alex Jones, and that can get a little hectic. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you? Other than your, testicles being...
Don't say that word.
Well, it's a medical term.
It's a family show.
I'm out
It is
of
a-
range.
Your nether regions.
Yes.
Just wear looser pants.
Yes.
That's also true.
So we'll also be talking about Russia Rush Gannon was the villain in Zelda. Russia banning, Russia, not anti-gay, Russia banning what they believe to be gay and pedophile propaganda.
Okay.
So no Balenciaga face masks in Russia anytime soon.
Or gay men kissing in public.
Right.
That too.
Which, of course you shouldn't ban that, but I think it's weird.
It's a little. I look.
So
away.
my question of the day to you is, as we move on, we'll be talking with Alex Jones about his, with his interview with Ye. I apologize if I dead name today. It's going to happen. But the question to you is, where do you rank Adolf Hitler in terms of worst dictators throughout history? To be really clear, Hitler, not a fan. And look, Alex Jones, you can accuse him of a lot of things. Being an anti-Semite, not amongst them. If you have followed him, if you know anything about his history, that is not something that you would try and label him. So I think that this is one of those issues where there's been a dirty bomb that's gone off and a lot of miscommunications. And I think we always have to allow for the possibility that someone can be wrong, someone can be misled, and not necessarily be coming from a position of hate, even though what they say comes out as very hateful. That can happen.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely, 100%. And I think you'll say a little bit more about this when we get there, but I think for the first time in history, Alex Jones was uncomfortable
Yes.
in an interview.
Yes, he was.
So that was comical.
You could see on his face, it was like the "and boom goes a dynamite."
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. oh, gosh.
This is a bad day.
This is really bad. And I filed for bankruptcy today, and this is worse.
For crying out loud, him and Kanye, they lost. I guess I'm trying to think. They owe how many hundreds of millions of dollars if you add it all up?
Yeah.
And look, and that's not right, and that's not fair. And two things can be true: people can be wronged, and people can be misrepresented, and they can also say things with which you can disagree. Let me just lead with this. Here's kind of. I don't have a lot of purity tests, just to be clear. But I will say this, when you look at some people on the right, if people try and completely eliminate you from the pool because of one opinion, In other words, I do see some people who say, oh, if you don't side with Kanye, that means that you refuse to name them, right? Some of these people who will say that out there. Somebody's actual anti-Semites. No, hold on a second. Maybe there are some people out there who think that someone like Ye, I'm going to say Kanye West, think that Kanye West has some points that they maybe agree with and maybe they disagree with, and maybe there's a conversation to be had. And I do think that you can't silence everyone who has an opinion as anti-Semitic. I agree with that. But I do think that he was off the beam. I think he was wrong. And if you have people out there who say that one opinion disqualifies you and your entire body of work, those are bad actors. Those are bad actors. I think that you disqualify someone if the totality of their work, for example, a Mitch McConnell, or for example, we'll be talking today about a David French, about a Bill Kristol, about a Jonah Goldberg, if the entirety of their work is consistently to undermine the conservative principles and the foundations of this country that they claim to espouse, that's where they should, their opinions are an eliminating factor as far as their validity. I have to be careful with the word eliminating. I mean eliminating.
Jeez.
From the pool of opinions as far as voices that you trust.
Yes.
But it should never be based on just one opinion, because you are going to disagree with every single person on Earth rabidly on at least one topic. And that's okay. For example, me and Alex Jones. I don't think the frogs are being made gay.
You don't?
They could be.
I thought that's one of the things he was proven right about.
That's true.
I thought they were just born that way. So
I don't know. Frogs are asexual. I have no idea. With
in Jurassic
amphibians.
Park, they figured it out. Life found a way.
Speaking of animorphs, here is, and I know, look, I should warn you if you have kids watching this show, there's nothing sexual. It's just gross.
Yeah.
Here is a TikToker who can be described as, trying to think of how to tactfully, morbidly obese, rotund, portly, unhealthy, and this is someone who wants to be an example for your children, sexualizing herself, and decides to self-declare that she is hot.
I could have my tummy out, even if it's just on TikTok for clout. And if you got something to say, shut your mouth, cause I'm a hot ass. I'm a hot ass.
Okay.
Terrible song.
Here's what's wrong with it. First off, I get it. And I'm sorry, I should have warned you if you were eating. Here's what's wrong with it. It's not just, oh, this is a big girl. Look, if someone is big and they're working on themselves, no one has a problem with it. No one here has ever made fun of someone for just being big. She says even if it's for chasing clout. So what is happening? We've now taken fat pride, and what is it? It's just vanity in a dishonest way. In other words, people used to be vain because they thought they were very, very good looking, right? They were desirable. Now it's false vanity, and it's demand. It's a demand that you find them attractive. So she says, I'm doing this for clout. Well, that's not a good thing. I understand that people shouldn't have bad self-esteem just because they're a little bit overweight, but they certainly shouldn't be looking to find their self-esteem and self-worth or clout in being morbidly obese. And then she goes on to say, and I'm hot. Incorrect.
Says everybody who saw that picture. By the way, there's got to be better clothing for this, right? It seems like the clothing was intentionally tight in certain areas so as to accentuate the fat in other.
We are using the term clothing very loosely.
Well, the clothes, they were holding on for dear life.
Yes, exactly.
Saying, right. But she also
like a tarp?
Like maybe
that might be something
appropriate. Something.
Yes.
She's a very large individual. She's using the word tummy incorrectly. I think at that size you can no longer say tummy.
Right.
No. I think I'm just saying. Look, she's the one putting it out there, and I mean literally hanging over everything else on her. That's just a weird look.
Well, the problem is this is now being thrust upon your children, of course, unless you're trans, then of course the Barbie doll stereotype is completely acceptable.
Why does
Look, this is the first generation of children who very likely will live a shorter lifespan than their parents. Diabetes is a problem that's on the rise.
Yeah.
You look at cardiovascular incidents, and of course we won't even get into some of the reasons that some of the confounding factors there, some of the comorbidities.
Who knows?
But we have all kinds of cardiac problems that were not manifesting themselves at a young age. Shorter life expectancy. We have insulin resistance. This is not good. It's not healthy. And where's the fact checking? Where's the fact checking, CDC, that actually being morbidly obese is unhealthy and leads to, and then insert problems here. That's the issue, is these people have the eyes and ears of your children, and then your kids go to a public school where teachers, yeah.
I love how half my abilities didn't work.
Liver King.
Yeah. So when
and by the way, Liver King is unhealthy. Believe me, I'm saying too extreme.
I'm so fucking sick and goddamn fucking faggot tired of the bugs in this fucking video game. Blizzard, fix your shit. I literally could not press half of my rotation because the game is bugged. Fix the game. Fuck. It's so fucking annoying.
Grab these supplies if you need them, but don't lose sight of the Banshee Queen's prize.
I'm gonna fucking freak out, man.
Extreme examples.
Yeah, exactly. And then when they go home and their mom is trying to feed them broccoli, they're like, but I don't need broccoli. I need to look like that.
Yes.
I saw it on TikTok and it's fine. By the way, they walk into a doctor's office immediately.
No, nowadays a doctor just says,
No.
Fine.
We've covered the story, right? Obviously, there could be other things wrong, but immediately it's like, I can solve all your problems. I feel like today's work is pretty easy. Just don't be that.
Right. Yeah.
Every single part of your life that could kill you will those chances will go down.
Unless the dame walks into the doctor's office with Gloria Aldred and he's like, you look beautiful and brave, and just keep doing what you're doing. More of that.
As you are.
Grab a lollipop on the way out. You know what? Grab the whole jar.
Yeah. I can tell you like those.
All right. Which brings us to something else here. Is there a war on? We've talked about this before, but James Cameron said the quiet part out loud. He was, plugging his new movie. Is anyone looking forward to Avatar 2? Nope. I walked out of Avatar 1. It's the last film I can remember leaving out of sheer boredom. I just walked out. I was in Los Angeles. I was at somewhere in.
But they tried to save the tree.
I was just like, I can't do this. This is just so boring. It looks like a video game mixed with a pride parade. I just can't do this anymore.
That's true. That's fair.
So is anyone actually looking forward? Comment below. Avatar 2. He was promoting Avatar: The Way of Water.
And this will piss you off.
He had something to say, and it's been going viral, and there's something here that's more subversive that I hope people are understanding what it is that they're hearing. So he told the Hollywood Reporter, a lot of things I did earlier I wouldn't do career-wise, and just risks that you take as a wild, testosterone-poisoned young man. He went on to say, I always think of testosterone as a toxin that you have to slowly work out of your system. And we'll get to the good qualities of testosterone. Great stuff. I think the world could use some more of it.
Yeah.
But of course, let's keep in mind, this is the trend of what happens. You saw this with Jonah Goldberg, right? Did super bad. Not Jonah Goldberg, Jonah Hill. We'll talk about Jonah Goldberg later. Would any asshole by another name still be as much of an asshole? So,
yes.
Here is just a reminder of how he made his bones before he decided to tell all young men that they're poison.
I'll be back.
Yes. So good. Love T2.
Who doesn't like Terminator 2?
Nobody.
All right. Okay.
We get it.
My point is, if you don't believe me, all the references are available at lettercutter.com. If you're not familiar with his back catalog.
Aliens. Come on.
That's Sigourney Weaver. It's less testosterone, but you know what? She probably has abnormally high levels. Very defined jaw. It's what I call the Sandra Bullock or Andy McDowell effect. You could crack a nut. Now, we'll get to testosterone, and this is something that, again, we've talked about in general, us trying to feminize men, and I just think that there's been too much as far as the scales of gender, and I use gender and sex interchangeably because they always were until recently with your bullshit theories. has been tipped too far on the side of femininity, and there are a lot of good things that men have done. And I don't just mean everything that you're using that men have invented, but I mean there's a lot of good to actually be found in the hormone, and also some people could argue neurotransmitter of testosterone. But here's something before I get to that. I have always despised James Cameron, just to be clear. I don't want to be a hot topic hipster here. Before it was cool, and let me tell you the moment that I realized I never wanted to hear from him again. This is how self-important people can be in Hollywood. Here is James Cameron at the Avatar premiere quoting a language he made up in a shitty movie that he wrote as though it was deep. Watch and cringe.
The Na'vi say in the movie, Minati Kame, which means I see you, it means I appreciate you and I understand you. So I just like to say Minati Kame to my cast.
Look at that grin.
Buzz around this movie, and I say we just get it settled right now by running the film. So.
That's enough. I can't. We don't need to hear any more from that guy. He quotes his own fake language. That's the equivalent to a guy having, a Japanese tattoo, not knowing what it means, only it's his own language and he doesn't really know what it means.
Steven.
Is that what it was? Takame?
Something like that.
Takame? Yeah.
I see you.
Oh, okay. I see you. And what does that even mean? I see you. These stupid terms. I see you. Well, yeah, unless you're blind. Is that ableist?
I don't think so. No.
Guy's just an absolute douchebag, and now he's going to give us advice for society. And his advice is, we need less testosterone. Well, let me just give you something here to chew on. Testosterone levels have plummeted dramatically. So from 1999 to 2016, testosterone levels for young men dropped by 25%. Now, here's what happens is when you say toxic masculinity, right, you associate testosterone with toxicity. He even said it's a toxic poison.
Yeah.
Being masculine isn't toxic. Now, if we want to say that abusive men who are violent immorally, because violence is amoral, but immoral violence, right. Men who are undisciplined, men who make up a huge percentage of our prisons, sure, those are bad men. But to say that masculinity is toxic, that's a problem, and then you start getting into the idea of fundamentally altering hormones. Let's get to testosterone and the kinds of things that testosterone does. Ladies, I'm not sure if you want testosterone to be continually dropping. Some of the benefits. Cognition. I know everyone thinks about strength. Mm-hmm. Cognition. Especially for older men. You're talking about attention. You're talking about processing speed, executive function. You're talking about visual, your sort of visual perception, verbal memory. Testosterone, what else does it do? It helps to heal injuries, right? Helps with recovery. It even helps with elderly women who have neck fractures. The effects on strength are very, very obvious, just to be clear. And by the way, hit the like button if you guys out there know that testosterone is a good thing. Or women, if you like your men to have more testosterone. Here's the thing, testosterone also, by the way, it also has behavioral benefits. This is something that people don't realize. They'll say, well, testosterone can actually result in more risk-taking. And this is true. This is something a lot of people don't know. When people used to say that women were smarter than men, that's not really true. And men aren't necessarily smarter than women. What you do see is men occupy both sides of the bell curve. Right? So men make up almost all of our violent offenders in prison, but at a certain point, the only geniuses left are men. There are more women who are above the average point on the bell curve. Their cluster is more toward the middle top. Men occupy both extremes of that spectrum. Yeah. And that can be, yes, that can be in part due to testosterone. So what does that tell you? It's not the hormone in and of itself. It's how we raise young men. If you have a father to channel all of the positive attributes that testosterone brings, guess what? It's a net benefit. It effectively can be a superpower. And I use that term very loosely. I know you guys all watch Marvel films. I don't because I'm a grown adult. But, for example, testosterone does encourage risk-taking. That's why men take more risks. That's why men knock over banks. Or men decide to go out on their own and innovate, like Apple, like computers, like the internet, like fire. Testosterone can make men more driven. Yeah, sure, make them more aggressive. And that's why you can have bad who start wars and genocide. But that's also why you can have good men who kill those men. Good men who fight the wars for the side of good. Do you think that bad guys, do you think that people who want to watch the world burn, do you think they want to do without testosterone? Do you know what the Nazis did? Do you know the cocktail the human cocktail they had their soldiers on. You're talking about methamphetamine, you're talking about opiates, you're talking about very likely steroids for a lot of them because they said we want our men as strong and as aggressive as possible. Yeah. What you need are moral men who have those same capabilities and have it channeled. Testosterone is incredibly important, and it's one of those things we always want the wartime presidents during war. Winston Churchill. They reached all the way back, said, we need Churchill. 2 years after that, they said, he's not supporting socialized healthcare. The testosterone now is a problem. Aggressivity, risk-taking, these lead us to occupy both ends of the bell curve. Guess what? We need to teach our young men how to channel it properly, not try and eliminate their testosterone. Because you know what you have? If men don't have testosterone, they live shorter lives, they live weaker lives, they live more miserable lives, they're depressed, and we have a society that can't function. By the way, then women say, where have all the good men gone to? Well, take a guess.
Yeah, exactly. Women don't like this either. They end up with a bunch of beta males, and they're like, is there a good man to be found out there? Somebody who's maybe going to stick up for my honor when I'm not just going off and getting him into a fight on purpose in a bar or something like that. Right. Or somebody who's going to defend our home if somebody should break in the middle of the night and threaten harm to anybody that's in that residence. You need men to have that ability. And I think you hit on it. It's fathers. Fathers are the ones that can help men understand how to bridle that power and to turn it into something that is good. I remember the Gillette commercial that we covered maybe a year or two ago. I can't remember when it was, where boys were wrestling on the ground and they were saying boys will be boys, and they kind of repeated it in this long kind of thing. And it's like, no, we have to break that stereotype. No. I do want them wrestling and having fun and roughhousing a little bit, not only with other kids. I'm not saying beat somebody up, but I'm saying with their dad as well. That's how you learn your place. That's how you understand the limits and the lines you can't cross with other men, right? We have that kind of check.
Bridled strength is priceless. You cannot change the world from a position of weakness. No. It's not possible. Good example, we've talked about it with Joe Louis. Joe Louis could end all of our lives here. We live by his mercy, and he is incredibly sweet. And so we're grateful to our wonderful Lord Joe Louis that he doesn't go absolutely, God forbid he develops epilepsy and watches anime at some point. But it's different from that in a Yorkshire Terrier, because guess what? When you have a robber in the middle, I know that Joe Louis is going to get to work, but it's bridled strength. And we can't give, by the way, Cameron too much flack, because keep in mind, it's a little bit tough. There's a give and take depending on the day. The left is sometimes saying that testosterone is not, it's a toxin for men. It's not when injected directly into a woman, however, to unnatural levels, and just look at what testosterone has done to Elliot Page. So when you see what's happened there, it's just...
Oh, wow.
Seems a little bit self-promotion.
There's another Aliens coming out?
Is there? Oh, God, I hope not. By the way, this is a live show, Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern. You can watch on Rumble. You can listen to the audio podcast. Mug Club. We'll be doing a Mug Club extended today with Alex Jones, because I'm sure there's a lot that he has to say that we cannot discuss here on YouTube. All right, let's move on to Russia here. So, Russia. We'd like to introduce a new segment, because there's a lot that goes on in Russia, not just the war with Ukraine. There's a lot that you may not know about, which sometimes it's important, sometimes it's relevant, and sometimes it's just hilarious and foreign enough that it makes us uneasy, which brings us to a new segment we'd like to call Russian and Bussin'. All right.
They're silly people.
So on Monday, Vladimir Putin, just to be clear, not fans of Vladimir Putin.
No fans.
Nope.
That was mocking.
Also, by the way, not a fan of Zelensky, just to be clear.
No.
Yeah, don't like any of them. Nope. And I don't think we should be involved, just to be clear.
He's got an Oscar, though.
He does, yeah, for playing the piano with his dong. So on Monday, Vladimir Putin signed into law a new bill outlawing what they refer to as materials that promote LGBT. See, they don't go QAIP.
They don't go far, yeah.
I'm surprised they went with the T.
Me too.
They should have been like, LG, that's all you get.
The TV?
You will say, give me B and T. I say, no, you do not get your L and G, and even that is a stretch here in Russia. So they banned materials that promote gay, queer, whatever lifestyles. Here you go.
For years, being gay has been extremely tough in Russia. Now it's about to get even harder. After Russian parliament passed what it calls the LGBT propaganda law, claiming in part it's a defense against U.S. influence.
I cannot put it any other way. The United States of America has become the global center of this sodomy. Let them live there. Do not touch us.
I mean, he's not wrong.
No.
Don't touch us. He's just looking at some Trudeau. He's like, don't touch! Don't touch me! You and your black face and gay hands.
And very short.
The United States sodomy. They stuck that landing.
It's like a nightstand.
Yeah. There's no LGBT. Like, the men who like to have sex with men, how does that even? A man cannot accommodate a man unless you do something gross. So under the new law, individuals can be fined over $6,000 for what they refer to as LGBT propaganda, over $3,000 for demonstrations of LGBT causes, information that encourages a change of gender among teenagers. So here's the thing. Some of that seems fair.
Right.
And if we put that into effect here, we could just basically eliminate the national debt just from the fines to Disney.
It's true. True story.
So you can comment below on what you think about this, and if you can at least understand where they're coming from. Of course, I don't think that anyone should be punished just for being gay. Of course, I believe that everyone should have equal rights here in this country. I don't believe that marriage is a fundamental human right, but I believe in civil unions, and that's always been my position. But I certainly don't think that someone should be arrested for being gay, someone should be mistreated for being gay, someone should not enjoy the same rights as everyone else. But I do understand them right now trying to safeguard when they look in the United States and they see children being put on puberty blockers, when they see hypersexualized issues being taught to children ages kindergarten through third grade. And you'll hear some people say, this is a boogeyman argument. I hear people from the left saying, no, it's not a boogeyman argument. It's not a what if. It's not a slippery slope argument. There had to be legislation proposed to stop it because of the policy of the entire DNC, to be clear. So I understand this reaction. Might be an overreaction from Russia, but you also have to understand, like with Brittany Griner, they don't share your values.
No.
They don't see a bunch of guys with leather chokers on floats having sex in the streets of San Francisco as something they want in Russia. And by the way, I would say that that's our best export as the United States.
Right, exactly. And by the way, this is a strengthening of an already what they saw as a draconian 2013 law. They're just basically making it harder on people who do these things. But go back to one of those quotes. They basically said for teenagers, if you're doing a public display for teenagers, in their mind, they cannot even imagine having kids involved in any of that. Right. They're saying, no, this is a $3,000-something fine if
only they knew.
And it's like, no, but they're looking at us and going, I don't want to be that hellscape.
But my point is, what are they must be missing. They're sitting there at their large table going like, oh, they can't do this with teenagers. They're not old enough. What's next? Having drag queen brunch with French toast and 5-year-olds? Stop strawmanning, Boris. Come on. They're not that crazy. We're talking about teenagers. They have no idea that's happening with children in grade schools.
Yes, and then they just turn on the news and they're like, well, son of a...
Like, oh, Boris, this is so much worse.
All right, Boris.
We need new laws.
We need bigger tables, too.
Quick, get Putin. Oh, he shit himself downstairs again. Well, we'll find the next guy.
You saw that story, too?
Yes, I did.
He fell down the stairs and soiled himself. Whoops.
Wait, really?
Yes, he did.
What do you mean, really?
Yes.
He fell downstairs at his residence and shite his pants.
And that's the problem with only operating from might makes right. Same thing for women. Beauty is temporary.
Yeah.
Putin's never going to be as strong and powerful as he seems, especially when he trips down the stairs and poops himself. People are like, I don't know if he's as alpha as I thought.
Yes. But by the way, he's outlawed stairs in the entire country.
Yes, but
now. So it's all lifts and ramps.
Yes, and it's only slight improvement. He now uses ramp and pisses all over floor. By the way, in seemingly completely unrelated news, 2,500 seals were found dead on the Russian Dagestani coastline.
Oh, poor seal.
So federal fisheries, they said that they weren't necessarily sure about the cause, but they would be investigating. And actually, fortunately for us, Russia today obtained, I believe, an exclusive leaked photo.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
That's
For people listening on audio, you can go and watch it over at Rumble or on YouTube because it makes no sense. But it involves Seagal and a leather choker and a seal.
Yeah. I was wondering where Seagal went.
Yeah, that's where he is.
Yeah, he's on mission.
In the shadows.
Still has yet to, he's never lost a fight.
Never. Yeah.
I've never lost a fight.
Ever.
When people come up to me, bad things happen.
If you check
Especially if they mention that my hair went from bald to gray to full black to spray paint.
I guarantee you, if you check that seal's head, you'll find a bullet.
I can't be friends with anyone who believes in Steven Seagal. Just so you know.
Hard pass.
That for me is a purity test. If you believe in Steven Seagal as a thing, we have nothing in common.
You know who you are.
All right, before we get to Alex Jones, Twitter, the Twitter files. Now, Dave was in yesterday, so we wanted to make sure that we did a deep dive and we were able to get all the information possible because there's a lot to kind of unpack, and there will be more files coming out.
Right. And we thought some was going to come out last night, but it turns out it didn't. I don't know why it got pushed, but he said something about needing a little bit more time to get it all together. So,
why does he need more time?
I don't know. He doesn't. I mean, he runs 5 companies and has 9 kids, so
that's true. Lives in
he's
a tiny
busy
house.
fellow.
So Friday, of course, when he released the Twitter files.
This is the early prediction tier list for Hero Power in Overwatch 2 Season 2. With the balance updates, we're going to be seeing some pretty big warping of the meta that started taking place near the end of Season 1. It seems Blizzard is keeping to their word about really trying to shake things up and make them look different from season to season and not just aesthetically, although the Greek god theme is pretty cool. Christmas time is here, and Santa has left in your stocking an easy and quick way to get to GM. There has never been a better time to get your membership to GameLeap.com. You can use code SANTA at checkout and get 50% off. Not only that, not only will you get access to everything, but 10 people will be picked for a free VOD review from our top coaches. That is an insane amount of value, so hurry up and click on the link right now and get your membership today. In any case, let's start breaking down who the strongest heroes are right now, and as per usual, we are going to go role by role and start with the D tier. Our first role is going to be tank, and sadly there is a new king, or should I say queen, of the D tier. Junker Queen. I really wish I had an answer for why they made her hitbox bigger and overall nerfed her. She was already bad, why reduce the duration on her ult even if it charges quicker, and why reduce her shout by only 1 second? The passive change was also a total joke, and she finds herself being stuck competing against tanks with more damage output, pick potential, mobility, and survivability, which leaves her as a firm D tier pick. Next on our list is going to be the C tier Zarya, who has definitely taken quite the tumble from the early days of Overwatch 2 when her bubbles were stronger. While she is not terrible, she doesn't really compete with the power that the tanks above her can bring with their far superior utility. She can carry, but she just doesn't have a loaded enough kit. Our second C tier tank is going to be Wrecking Ball, and Ball is definitely worse than Zarya, but better than JQ, which puts him in this weird in-between of C to D tier. His damage output and utility are pretty low compared to what other high mobility tanks offer, and really his best case use is as a stall hero coming back from spawn. Because of this, he is going to stay at our C tier for now. Moving on up into the B tier, we have the surprisingly effective pocket pick, Orisa. Orisa is pretty strong, she just lacks the ability to help her team push. Her biggest strength is in the pressure she applies to enemy tanks, with solid damage, CC, tons of sustain, and the ability to push them around with her javelin spin. Her glaring weakness just comes from the fact that she cannot do anything against snipers, for example, and that leaves her team in a vulnerable position most of the time. Our next B tier hero is sadly going to be the new guy, Ramattra. This honestly shocks me, but his weaknesses are very prevalent. He doesn't have the sustained pushing power of the A tier heroes, he has okay damage, but really his lack of mobility makes it difficult for him to be effective on a lot of maps. He is also pretty weak against Hog, who is a fantastic pick at the moment, between his stuns, which Ramattra is vulnerable to, and the fact that Whole Hog is a fantastic hard counter to Ramattra's ultimate. In a different meta, he has a lot of potential, but not this one. Moving up into our A tier, we first have Sigma, and Sig is an excellent defensive hero and a decent offensive one. His shield is one of the best in the game, and he has tons of pressure with his ranged damage. He also has plenty of self-sustain and playmaking potential between his kinetic grasp, which works like a defense matrix, his rock, which is one of the few stuns left in the game, and his ultimate, which is certainly an S tier ult. He's overall good at what he does and okay at what he doesn't, which makes him a solid tank. Our next A tier tank is going to be Reinhardt, who struggles in the same way as Ramattra does with high grounds and mobility, but has proven to be quite the effective space maker since he has a much better shield. His close range damage is formidable, and on a lot of maps he can close distance very easily with the help of a Lucio, who is a fantastic pick right now. Next in our A tier is going to be D.Va, who has a very strong presence damage wise, and with good perception can make massive defensive plays with her Matrix. A good D.Va is a nightmare to lots of heroes in OW2 on any role. Matrix and heals can make a support's job very annoying to do, you can eat ultimates, your damage is fantastic and can pressure out lots of tanks while being quite healthy yourself. Overall, a solid hero that performs as well as the player who is using her does. Our final A tier tank is going to be Winston, who was a previous favorite in the meta pre-Roadhog. Winston is a great space maker with his shield and his burst damage from his land. He has the ability to engage from most areas of the map, and the bubble he places serves to both assist his teammates who are diving with him by giving them some much needed sustain, but also to split enemy dive targets off from their heals. Since heals do not typically automatically go through shields. He is a solid choice on the tank line right now. Moving into our S tier, we have a brand new face who previously found himself at the D tier, a true zero to hero come up story, Doomfist. Doom's changes are arguably a big overtune, but regardless, he will now find himself much more able to get steady value, and honestly, despite him being a bad baseline tank previously, many good Doomfists were capable of getting tons of value. Now, with the buffs, he is going to get far more consistent value and have much more playmaking potential. S tier. Finally, we have a familiar face in the S tier, Roadhog, who remains as probably still the strongest tank in the game, although it is close. He simply has a ton of brute strength with his weapon, and his Breather, which not only reduces damage intake by 50%, but also heals him for 300 HP.
This makes me want to play.
Potential from his hook, and you have a truly nasty tank. His ultimate pairs exceedingly well with Kiriko's and can win a ton of fights in lots of different ways, even on its own. Og is a beast right now, there is no denying, and he counters most of the good tanks, which has only made him stronger. Okay, moving on to the next role, there are a lot of DPSs, so we're going to try to move things quickly. We start things off with Genji at the C tier. He doesn't have enough damage or utility in the current meta. He can be alright, but there are simply better options, as with most of the heroes in the C tier. Our next hero is Sim, and while she did receive some nice buffs, they simply will not be enough to boost her ranking all that much in the game. She doesn't have the punch that other heroes have, nor the range, and definitely not the mobility. Her best case use is teleporting out of spawn before switching to someone else. Cassidy. Cassidy is honestly a coin flip. If you are mechanically better than your opponents, you can definitely destroy, even harder with the Mercy Pocket. However, that doesn't make up for the fact that he has a horrendously one-dimensional kit. C for Cassidy. Next is Ashe, and she is seeming to just get worse and worse. With ranged one-shot headshot heroes or close range one-shot heroes being meta, she's...
Oh my god, I have to execute. Leave Q. I have to poop. I have to poop. I have to poop. I have to poop. All right, let's see if my shit. All right. Motherfucker, it was that this whole fucking time. Wait, why is it showing on? It's fucking Uber UI is fucking my shit. Oh, what? You get to choose? Wait, it's not Uber UI. It's not working, man. Oh, excellent. My teammates have... What's the point, man?
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
All right, so it's not Uber. Omni CD is just not working. So we're going to get rid of that add-on. We're also going to... I want Uber UI back, though. Or do I want SUI?
Struggles to really find any...
SUI fucks up my buffs though.
Anywhere to play. SUI's downloaded more than Uber.
Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Oh. Definitely way cooler. Kind of fucking with the SUI, actually. Texture. Flat. Yeah.
Not ready yet.
The hell is going on? Yo.
What's good?
No, I had to switch from my phone to my computer. I'm trying to fix my my UI. I have this one add-on that I have that I really like a lot, and it's just not working for some reason.
Which one?
It's called Omni CD, and
I've heard of that one, the cooldown one, right?
Yeah, it tracks your teammates' cooldowns, and it was working the first day, and then for the last like
Didn't they just
days.
patch things today?
Yeah, but they just patched the game. They didn't patch like, yeah, it's I got fully geared, by the way. I got fully
Of course you
geared.
did. You've been off all day. Sorry, some of us had to go to work today.
I actually just got on. I haven't played all day today. Yeah, when you got off last night, I just
Stayed on for a bit.
played for like another hour or two. It's yeah.
I was a little drunky last night. Let's see how I did here. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh yeah, I got both weapons. That's right. And I got my... Nice. Okay. Cool beans, cool beans.
Yeah, I might have fucked you by accident.
What now?
So I need you to do me a favor.
Jesus Christ, Eric.
Go to the PvP honor vendor and tell me if there's swords there that give versus haste for you? If so, and if you can wear them, that's what you want, not the fist weapons.
So, good news, there are no swords. There's only daggers that give me critical and versatility.
So what are your weapon options?
There's a mace here that does versatility and mastery.
No. I think you want...
And then this weapon is critical strike and versatility.
Right.
And I have another mace that does versatility and mastery. Then I have a dagger that does critical strike and veracity.
So no haste ones, right?
No.
Okay, then never mind. You're good.
Oh, Jesus. Give me a heart attack.
I fucked myself, bro. I bought the fist weapons, and I didn't see the swords.
Oh, swords are probably
haste...
better off for you because you're a demon hunter.
Yeah, haste is my best stat. Well, haste is good for you too, but crit I think is your next best one. And haste is better than crit for me, but crit's still good for me. There's no such thing as a bad stat per se. It's just there's certain stats that are just better for you.
Yeah.
So you're good. I think you have best in slot.
Are you in a match right now?
No, I'm just fixing my UI at the moment. I'm trying to, anyways.
The auction house. What am I trying to sell?
Fuck, I don't think I can do this. Damn it. Oh, man. Let's see.
Oh, that's funny. Forgot I bought that WoW token last night.
Oh, yeah.
I'm rich.
You rich now?
Yeah. I wanted that Tundra, didn't I? Where is it at again?
You want to get the Expedition, whatever. Map.
Yeah. And that's in Mr. Pandera, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's
so.
go.
Actually,
stroll through.
Do me a favor, invite me, because this will help me try to fix this problem. No, that's right. This. Oh my god. Fuck.
What'd you do now?
Nothing.
You're on top of it today.
There's an add-on that I really like, but it's bugged in this game. It bugs the frames. Fuck, I can't use this add-on, man. It's so annoying. Arrgh. Whatever.
Yeah, work sucked tonight, bro.
Did it?
Yeah, it was slow. And the only reason I made fucking money is because one of my first tables, they were so happy with my service that they left me $100 on 78.
Right.
It's the only reason I made money tonight.
Damn. Was it slower? Was it slower tonight versus last night?
Much slower.
That's so weird.
My sales were only barely like 1,000. Jessica's bushes were 960.
Yeah, that's what mine were.
My sales last night
yesterday.
were 1,400.
Wait, you were closing though, right? So you come in at 4? Oh yeah.
Yeah, today I came in at 3.
Oh yeah, your sales should have been way higher. What the fuck?
Right.
Huh. That's weird.
It's all good. I made money. I'm not mad. But we had. Were you there when we had the MITs? You know Natasha. I already knew that. But did you know Joe?
No.
Yeah, be thankful.
I do not know no Joe. All right, so we got this back. So S Arena test. Okay.
Right, so I forget where I need to go. I think it's Conlao Summit.
Yeah.
And which camp is it? Let's see. If you look at your mount, it'll doesn't it tell you where you can purchase it at?
I don't think so, unless that's something new that they added. Hold on, I'll find out.
Okay, so yeah, if you hit Shift P and you click on it, it tells you where you can buy it at.
Oh yeah, the vendor is called Uncle Big Pocket.
Okay.
He's in Kunlao Summit, and it's 120,000 gold. So
that's fine. I have the gold.
Yep. Dude, the mount that I want is the big dinosaur mount, the
one with the auction house.
Yeah, you need
much is
5
that?
million gold, bro.
What? It's still that expensive?
Yeah, it's the most expensive mount in the history of this game. Like you're
Well,
hard.
you only get
you're
it
hard
if it
flexing.
drops. It's a random drop, isn't it, from anything in that place, right?
Huh?
Is it a random drop, or do you buy it from someone?
No, you buy it.
But where did it come from?
I don't remember where you get. They released it in BFA, if I remember.
Well, no,
here,
it came out in yeah, Battle for Azeroth, you're right.
I forget what's the official name of that mount.
Oh, I don't know the name.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google it because there ain't no way I'm searching through that list. Fuck that.
Uncle. Let's see if I can find the right guy here.
Dude, that
It
makes
might not
me.
even be the right-
That's so annoying that my shit don't work, bro. I love that add-on. Well, I guess we get rid of that. Unfortunately. I guess we get. I'm contemplating on leveling an alt, but I don't know what I want to play. Nothing's like grabbing my attention.
Yeah.
Maybe Warlock, but I don't know. Something that I can hard carry on. It might be just Demon
What are you trying to do?
I like to play classes that I can carry people on. Because this game is very team orientated, but certain classes are usually kind of broken to where you can kind of like 1v2, and that's like the shit I like to play. Because I don't like to depend on my teammates. Because, yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
But it's very difficult to basically find that because this game is super team orientated. So okay, what was the add-on I was trying to get? Or no, I was getting rid of Omni CD, unfortunately. Delete. That makes me sad, but oh well, whatever. It is what it is. There is another add-on I can get that's like it, but it's not as good in my opinion.
Wait a minute. Is that Yak the one that you... That's not the right one. The Reigns of the Grand Expedition Yak, that's the one that has the transmog on it?
Yeah, Grand Expedition Yak, yeah. It has the vendor, it has the repair vendor and the transmog. Yeah, I can't play the game without it now. It's really good for leveling too. That way you can repair your shit and sell junk and crap when you're leveling.
Yeah.
Been using that shit since Mr. Pinned era. Fuck, what is the name of this add-on, bro? I forget the name of it. Team something, I think. Just type in team. I think it's team ability tracker. Ability team tracker.
Dope.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
What is this? This is a utility add-on. The Arena Master Web, blah, 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 blah. By installing this add-on, you'll be able to easily check any player's Arena PUBG experience. Oh, who fucking cares? Ability Team Tracker. Arena Team Tracker has been renamed to Ability Team Tracker starting with 8.88. Alright, let's see if this works. Flash reload. Should automatically work. Oh, I have to set it up, I guess. Options, add-ons. I don't want to show myself. Do not attach. Anchor to the left. Borders. Show tooltip. Two rows maximum. Shown arena dungeons, scenarios, not in battlegrounds. Okay, close. How do I show trinkets? I'm talking to myself out loud, sorry. I'm trying to figure out.
You're good.
Enable next section trinkets. When enabled, next selections of trinkets or racials will be set for all classes / specializations. Wait, what? Dude, Warrior has so many abilities, bro. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Jesus.
Yeah.
Alright, let me go to Shaman since that's you. Yeah, I'm tracking your shit. So this out on auto tracks. Lightning Lasso, that's good. I want to track that. It tracks Wind Shear, that's good. I want to track your kick. It tracks... Okay, wait, that's Elemental. Let's go to Enhancement. It tracks Shamanism. If you're spec'd into it. It tracks... Wind Shear, obviously. Ethereal Form, if you're spec'd into that. Astral Shift, that's your major CD. Do I want to track Ascendance or Bloodlust? I don't know. I want to track track trinkets, and I don't see a thing for it on here. And, when enabled, next selections of trinkets or racials will be set for all classes / special. What does that mean? It's enabled. Do I need to reload, maybe? Hold on. Show
do I wanna
icons
do?
only after they are on cooldown. Hook anchors underneath the frames. Disable self-attach. Disable self-frame hooking. Hide lock the anchors. I need to duel you really quick to figure out if this is gonna work.
Where are you?
I'm in the major city. I don't know if we can actually duel here or not.
Oh, I see you.
Wait, what is going on? My Uber, like, something's up. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this add-on today, dude? Darkness level. Oh. Oh, there we go. Yes, sir. Flat. Oh, we want flat. Yeah. Raid bar textures. Retexture raid and party frames separately from general texture. No. Hide arena frames. Hide hotkeys. Hide macros. Hide. Hide target reputation color. What? Hide colored bar at the top of the target frame. The fuck is it talking about? Oh! Is that what I think it is? Hold on. Reload. That's definitely not what I thought it was. Well, shit. I don't even know what I just did. Okay. I think this is the way I want it. I think. All right, can we duel here or no? I have no idea.
I don't think we can. Meet outside the city?
Yeah, we can do that.
Which part?
It don't matter, just fly wherever. I'm just going this way. Just for testing. Alright. Duel. Set focus.
Want to fight back?
Okay. Yeah, you can. Alright, so that works. Yeah, like CC me as much as possible because I want to see if my shit registers.
That's cool.
Wow, that was a big number.
Jesus. Oh, I need to switch back to my old build. I fucked this up.
Oh, you don't like the PvP? Oh, don't follow Icy Veins. They're wrong. 100% wrong. Don't follow them. What you want to follow, I don't think they released it yet, but they will soon. You want to follow Skill Capped. That's actual, like, WoW PvP pro players. Like, known. Skill Capped. Enhance Shaman. They don't have the thing for Dragonflight, yeah, huh? And Shaman PvP guide. Another really good website to use. It won't be operational until next Tuesday, until they start getting data. Is Murloc.io. That's what I use. That's what all the. It basically tracks the top 50 best players in each region and what they're playing and what they're using. So it gives you a good idea of what to use and play. So. Here, get
Skillcraft has it out.
No, it has
it has
older
one.
yeah. Doesn't have the current. You have to like pay for it, I think, if you want. I ain't doing that's stupid. Skill caps. No, not enhanced shaman. Just give me the website. Dragonflight. They have really good guides on here. This stuff starts becoming like common knowledge though. Courses pricing. Like dude, I don't want to pay for your shit. I just want to. You know what else you could do too?
What?
There's a really good enhancement shaman that streams. See if he's on. What's cool now too, is you can copy people's talent builds instantaneously. So a lot of the streamers have it as like a command in their chat. So you can just get the build, copy, paste it into your game instantly. Which is really dope. Yeah, it's really dope. Because if you look at pull up your talents page. See in the bottom left where it says it has a drop down box.
Yeah, default. Oh,
yeah,
import.
You can make multiple builds and save them.
Huh.
Yeah. Of course, he's not streaming, of course. There's another guy that streams that plays Ellie mainly, but he has shaman knowledge in general. Trying to see if he's on. I don't. Oh, here's Dilbar. Dilbar is a shaman player and he's a pro player. What is he playing right now? I think he's playing Resto, it looks like. Let me ask him if he has an enhanced PvP build. So, by any chance, do you have a good enhanced PvP talent build I can give to a friend?
You can move your totems around. There's a lot of shit. Unleash Shield is really insane now.
I think I found one.
You can have Water Shield and Earth Shield on at the same time.
I don't trust Icy Veins and I don't trust Wowhead.
It's not Icy Veins, it's Murloc.
I have nothing. I don't know one thing about Enhanced, brother.
Oh, this guy doesn't play Enhanced. He doesn't know anything about it. He says that sucks.
That's fair.
No,
Let me see this one.
Good enhance.
I'll try this one.
Streamers. Oh, has some PvE stuff. That's really it. Wellhead sucks. So does Icy Veins. What the hell is this song this guy is listening to? Jesus. Going hard. Ooh, SSDS is on. I wonder if he's knows anything about BM, because I might fuck around that. Yo, by any chance have you tested BM Hunter on Dragonflight? And if so, good. This guy's playing fucking Wrath at the moment.
Okay. I dig that.
Yeah, you could try to find the top players on Murloc and try to copy what they do.
I found one of the top players on here already, and that's what I'm fucking with right now.
But see, here's the problem with that. It might not be 100% accurate because, like, that's based off the WoW Armory, which is, like, what if they switch to the, like, switch up their shit, you know what I mean? Like, that's not necessarily, like, up to date, per se.
I mean, that's fair. Isn't hard to give it a try.
Bro, I can't stand streamers that literally don't talk to their chat or answer the chat. Why do you even stream, bro? What's the point? You're just a mute? Well, that was a waste of time trying to talk to that guy. Oh, here's some, he only plays MM though. Dude, not too many people play Enhancement Shaman, man. Sucks. Because they've been asked for so long, you know? Nobody wants to play it. That's the problem.
Alright.
Sea-Doo might know, but Sea-Doo has too many viewers for me to ask him any kind of question. Always.
This isn't part of it.
Yo, I know you mainly only play MM, but by any chance...
Big fucking damn. I got cake, bitch, every day be my birthday. Purge that shit insta. As long as we have 3 orbs, 3 or 2 orbs, I'm good. We don't really need 4. See, look, I close shot this guy, stun him, volley. Okay, I missed the volley because he stepped. Fuck. That's unfortunate. Turtle skinny.
This guy's a really good hunter player.
He actually trinketed the pet stun and stepped to me, so it was kind of fried. But I would have put an explosive shot on him.
You know what's the main thing that's holding me back from trying out that new class?
What?
Just how stupid it looks. Like, it just looks so stupid, bro. It looks like a pet you would, like, a pet like toy you would give to a child or something. I don't know.
That's why double tap aim shot sucks. It's just actually so fried to try to get off. It's just a long ass cast if you don't pair it with a true shot.
Well, is there a way I can look at the leaderboards of?
There isn't any. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is none until next season doesn't start until next Tuesday. So right now it's just all. This is all.
She say.
Yeah, it's all testing right now. Nothing's set in stone yet. That's the thing.
I'm gonna head to the town real quick.
What you could do is you could just test shit out yourself. We can just go into PvP and see what feels good, what's doing good, you know?
BM is good, man. All the hunter specs are solid. They're like all B tier. I think survival is like just barely into A tier. But they're pretty much all beat. They're all very solid.
It's
Nothing's
fine. I can try this. I'll try out this build.
BM's just nice,
See how it works.
consistent pump dam, like it always is. Ross here?
As of late, the best one I had was the one I was using yesterday. I was doing just fine with it.
By the way. Okay, I'm gonna explosive shot this guy and stun him. Bro. Mage fucking blast wave me out.
I'm gonna go smoke a quick cigarette though before we start this.
Right, word.
I'm gonna get invested because I'm gonna tweak it up a little bit. And if I find one I liked, it could be better than half the people that are doing it. You never know. You never really know.
Like, what's next, bro?
Jacket.
My pet is just forever lost. I don't know. Come here and stun this guy, you fuck.
This song is so sick. I hate this generation of music.
Busted. Holy
Why?
fuck. Do I have a Hellstone?
I just think it sucks.
I do. Fuck, I have the turtle too. I'm like
Here.
3 over here.
All auto-tuned and I don't know. I'm an old
Yeah, this
old.
is a really good song. Facts, 99 Neighbors.
Alright, let's see what he says here. I asked him a tier list. So weird. Why do people move that bar? Like trips me out.
Alright, I need to go. Actually, I'm gonna go to Thaldraszus. That's what Reddit said. The guy on Reddit said Thaldraszus is the place for scout packs. What a boof pack. Playing haste over crit. I guess he's playing survival though. Was he playing marks? For survival, you always want haste. I feel like as MM, you want a little bit more crit than you do haste.
Kind of want to do an arena match with you. When you're done.
Well, this build is not. I haven't even tried this build
I
yet.
think I want to honestly lose some haste for more crit.
You're fine. It's more so just
50%
to
haste, 50% crit outside
test
of arena. I think in PvP I had like 14% haste.
test this out
Mastery over
on,
everything,
see if it
obviously. Mastery is number
works.
Whatever that
Mastery
last
is
fucking thing you hit me for,
Stat
fucking
for
took
marks,
almost
no
my
matter
whole
what.
health bar.
You can't really. There's not.
I mean, it did take my whole health bar. Whatever that fucking move
Most of the
was.
choice pieces you have are between crit and haste. He's
Yeah,
not
the
mastery
hunt.
well, yeah, he's kind of trolling. He's just about 100 main. I don't know what he's doing. I wouldn't. I don't know. Like he's.
Yeah, when you see that, you want to press. You want to either try to like stop me somehow, some way, or press a
probably doing
defensive.
haste because he's maining survival, but he's just probably fucking around on marks. You know. And haste is better for survival. I actually am gonna replace like 2 haste pieces with crit.
You want there used to be a thing last expansion where you have like weak auras that scream at you when people press certain abilities. So you know to press like your.
Really quick, like what's the S tier able to carry? Yeah, like DH,
Wait, hang on.
DH, SP, Warlock, and Evoker are all S tier. Ardru is S tier as well for healers, and then pretty much everything else is A or B. There's nothing really like that bad. Those like the clear number 1 stuff. DH, Warlock, SP, Evoker.
Don't listen to him. DH is so weak. I'm honestly playing the most broken class in the game right now. So
Well, it could be patched on Tuesday.
today is Tuesday. I already got my nerf.
Listen, DH is so weak. DH is literally the best class.
Oh. And you're still that fucking strong? Damn.
Yep.
Well, with
It
the
wasn't-
build with the talents I just picked, my health went up like 15k.
That's not even what that move is. Not even what makes us crazy strong. It's a move called Essence Break. Have you ever played Demon Hunter at all or no? It's really fun. It's really fun. It's probably the most fun melee I've ever played in this game ever.
Could be my next one.
Excuse me. You just CC and do damage. Like, and your CC is so passive. It's easy. I don't think this class is hard to play at all. So like, you have an AOE stun. You just press it, and everything around you gets stunned. It's super easy to press. Same with your Sigil of Misery, which is your fear in place ability. It's like a disorient. You just press it on somebody, and it just auto. After 2 seconds, it goes off. And then you have another you have 2 stuns. You have another stun called Fell Eruption. You literally just press it. It just auto targets the nearest enemy and stuns them. You of course have to pay attention to diminishing returns, of course, but you can do that easily with like add-ons. I use this add-on called Diminish, and it tracks all that for me, so I don't have to worry about like CCing somebody too many times. Oh, speaking of which, see if there's any PvP. Ooh, there is some PvP shit going on.
Takes about 30-40 minutes of huge Torg buffs. Wait, what? It's an area at the top of Azure span. That's pretty easy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely skip that. You do lose some burst for that, huh? But I guess if you get a shield, it's all chill. 70k shield is like a decent amount. Would you say he's the strongest caster? SP or Warlock? Probably Warlock. SP and Warlock are both insane.
Warlock's pretty fucking busted. If Shadow Priest is truly busted, I used to play Shadow Priest back in the day.
I'll let my rogues go. I'll let the rogues go with mines. Usually I go mines, but I'll just go team fight. Well, I have 2 rogues in my team. I'll let them do it. Everybody farming there? Oh shit, I haven't even been there yet. Where's it? The Azure Archives? Where is it? Back rows? Where do I gotta go? Oh, fuck, I'm in the water. What's the damage one do? They're both really insane, Athlon. Whatever you're better at.
You said there was PvP shit going on?
What's that?
You said there was PvP shit going on?
Yeah, there's 2 PvP events going on, but
Let me see. Let me see if I can see these because I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna go ahead
I
and
don't
just
see them anywhere.
if you one's in the what is this place called? The Azure Span.
Okay, which one?
Seeing through the enemy. Nez.
I don't see that one.
It's really weird. Here, come to me and see if you get. I'm flying there now. Dude, there's like no point in taking flight pass, I feel like, when you have these dragons that can fly so fast.
Well, yeah.
Normally I take flight pass because I'm just lazy, but these things are so fast that it's like, yeah, it's over here. Oh shit, I'm running into a wall. Oh, I ran into a wall and now my stupid dragon is out of wasn't paying attention.
Where's our entire team?
I'm just gonna fly there because I'm not paying attention.
People AFK. Oh, they got it. I was there to spin actually if we were spinning. I think he got CC'd though.
Yeah, tonight was a rough night. We had really weak SBAs, really weak hosts. It was a struggle.
Are the essays supposed to do things like get ice and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like I'm the only one that does that whenever I work. Seems like
no,
it.
90% of the time, you just have to tell them, "Hey, can I get some ice? Hey, can I get some ice?"
Yeah, I just feel, I guess, awkward.
I don't blame you.
I know Donna does it a lot, but
Where the fuck are you? Wait, seeing through the enemy?
I don't have multi-shot.
Wait,
Nezakar?
why did my guy fly over here? What the fuck?
Okay, that just popped up. I see it now.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
It wouldn't pop up when I was zoomed out.
Okay, I flew.
Where are you?
Oh, it's this cave. I was here earlier.
Oh, there. I see you. I'm coming. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'm killing.
There's a demon hunter here. We have to kill this boss, but there's other players that are trying to kill it too.
Yeah, I got a 350 axe from it. Let's go.
Oh my god, I got a crimson broken. How's it going?
I'm not trying to kill you, dude. Oh, this guy's a tank. Don't attack this demon hunter. We're working together, even though we can kill him. I did not mean to do that.
I'm accidentally hitting him with my AoEs. I'm not doing it on purpose.
That's okay. He'll live. He knows. He understands. He'll heal himself. He's a tank, so. Oh, I just got stunned. Oh. Earlier, this quest was doable. There were so many people here just ganking each other over and over. I don't think I've ever seen more demon hunters in this game. There's so many demon hunters. So that weapon will be better for PvE, but PvP, it's still going to be the weapons that you're wearing. Because if you look at it, it says increase item level to 408 in arenas and battlegrounds. So like you can wear it now if you want, but I'm not. What I plan on doing tonight after all the honor that I get now, I'm gonna upgrade all my honor pieces. That way, I'm good for PvE and PvP both. All right, let's go do the other one.
Which other one is it?
It is.
I think I have to click on these individually to look for it.
It is in the Waking Shores, I think. Come on. Yeah, it's just on the edge. All right.
Where? Oh, I see it down there. How to train a prototype, Drake.
Yep. That's it.
I'm gonna be lazy and just take the flight path.
That's what I should have did. Oh well. I'm super fast.
I don't have all the. I only have 4 of the little bubbles. How many do you have?
6.
I haven't really hunted that much. I just got what was on my way doing quests and leveling.
Yeah, I have a leveling add-on that just like tells me where to go, tells me all the things to get and shit.
Why do I have so many? So much health. You have shit in a house. Holy fuck.
Wrangle the wild drakes to our handlers, so we may take them to a more open land.
Wait, what does this do? Oh, this is cool.
What?
You get a little speed boost from clicking on shit. Oh god, there's a bunch of people over here. We come in peace.
How did you still beat me?
Bro, how? Bro, I will destroy you, dog. Don't even try to fight me. What is wrong with you? This warrior's trying to kill me. Bro. Relax, dude. They're all trying to kill me, man. Okay. Oh, well, I guess I'm dead. Never mind, we're not going to be able to do this. It's a group of 5. That's alright. This doesn't really give us much anyways. I just wanted extra free honor, but... Did we get honor from that last one? That's the real question. No, we did. No. I got 50 honor. I got 53 bloody tokens, 24 Dragon Isle supplies, and 50 honor. It's not really worth it.
Yeah, not a group of 5. I backed out of there.
Yeah, there's no. There's no
I got
point.
50 honor, 50. I got all that too.
Yeah, just let these dorks have their shit. They care that much.
What do you want to do?
I wanna. What was I wanting to test earlier? Something to do with arena, but what was I thinking about? I don't remember. Fuck it.
I'm gonna switch my shit back real quick. I don't like this.
That's fine. I haven't gotten this done yet today. Oh, you're party leader.
I think don't start anything yet. Give me like 2 seconds.
All right. Remember, you can save multiple builds.
I am.
All right. All right. I don't like this guy's response. Class nerfs. Stronger.
Boomy is pretty bad right now. I think Ellie is probably better than Boomy, but like maybe that's different in ranked 3s. Maybe there's a comp. I doubt it. I really doubt it. It has no one-shot potential. And it's really squishy. Which are like the 2 main things that make something good in the game. Come on. Come on. Come on. Eat my ass, buddy. Look at my fat, juicy cheeks. You want these. I know you want these cheeks. Come get some. Come get some cheeks. I'm trying to seduce your ass. Come get my cheeks. Come get my cheeks. You really think I'm not... Okay, buddy. It's time to die then.
Oh man, I wonder how sub rogues are after the nerf. I think Echoing Reprimand got nerfed by 30%.
Really?
Yeah, it needed to be. It needed to be. They were one-shotting people with it. It was actually disgusting. Literally 100-0ing people with that one move, one button press. They would be in stealth, sap somebody, and open up on somebody. If they trinket, he would blind Kenny, kill them, or if he would blind them. If they have to trinket the sap or the blind, because they're gonna die. So either way, they're screwed, because then he just gets a full Kenny, kills them. Rogue's really busted. It's always busted. I swear, the 2 most busted historical classes in the beginning of every single expansion is Warlocks and Rogues. Mages are actually not that crazy for once, thank God. Thank God.
You taunted the DH? Did I taunt the other DH? Oh God, what? Why do you lose half your HP for that? SP or I think Shadow Priest is honestly better than Locke, but might be situationally.
Damn, a lot of people are saying.
Demon Hunter rerolls, dude. Look at them.
A lot of people are saying Shadow Priest. I might fuck with that. I might. It's just when Shadow Priests, like when they suck, it's so miserable to play them because you can't do anything. They have the worst mobility in the game. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah.
When they're bad, they're like really bad. But when they're good, they're so fun and they're insane.
Someone help me. Thank you.
Okay, bro. This guy is literally drain lifing in front of his face and living. That's disgusting.
Wait, what? This guy just runs back out? Busted him?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna level a Shadow Priest next. I wanna get max honor on this guy tonight, and fully upgrade all the PvP stuff. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Or you're not?
Just about.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, it's just a stupid spot to stand in general.
That way I'll have a caster.
Fun shit.
I think S Priest will be the play because if for whatever reason they suck, I can just swap to like Disc or something like that.
All right. We can try this.
All right, ready?
Yeah. What are we doing, arena or? Oh yeah.
We're gonna do. We'll do everything. I'll queue us for everything.
Don't get mad if we lose.
Oh no, I don't care, man.
I'm gonna have to learn this shit.
This is the best way to learn, is doing this
So
shit.
I changed a few things. I tweaked the build a little. I've made one of my own.
There
Just
you
gonna
go.
experiment, you know.
Theorycraft. That's the time to do it. Learn.
Right, and I'm using 2 new spells. I'm using Lightning Lasso. I wasn't using that before.
Do you have details add-on so you can like track your damage and shit?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, you just do that and you'll be chilling.
Any lucky doos you like?
I don't even want that axe that we just got. I don't even want to wear it. It's got the wrong stats.
Mine
Read
had
it.
the same stats as same stats. It's just not a higher level. What is it? The 2 versus 2?
Hopefully. Oh god, it's a sub rogue. You're about to get one shot. Let's see how hard the nerfs are though. Yeah, look at my HP now, bro. I have max gear.
Who do you want to target first?
Definitely the rogue for sure. For sure the rogue. There's no point in me playing reverse magic or this. Let's play Chaotic Imprint. And we could play Rain from Above, but maybe I'll play Glimpse.
Oh, I'm fucking putting everything out. I'm gonna pop everything I got. Let me know when you want me to pop Bloodlust, if you want me to.
Just first global. They're going yeah. Pressure defensive abilities. Oh.
Nope, they didn't even get a fucking chance to pop it off.
These guys are so sweaty. I'm just gonna leave. These guys are losers. I hate kids that try so. They have max gear and they're sweating.
Leave, man.
They need to change that so much, man. So okay, you know what's stupid? This is what's so dumb. I swear, Blizzard just like trolls. So they give Demon Hunters this ability called. Oh, my game's bugging. Hold on. we get spectral sight, so it allows me to see enemies through walls and people that are stealthed. So I can see rogues, okay? But the caveat is I move 50% slower, but I can see them, so I can like throw a glaive at them or something like that, right? Here's the funny part. My throw glaive is 30 yards. Their shadow step ability is 40. So they instantly shadow step sap me and there's nothing I can do about it. It's actually bullshit. So it's like it's super troll because like there's no outplaying that. You know what I mean? Like it'd be one thing if there's something I could do to outplay. There's nothing I can do. It's so
that
dumb.
that mount with the auction house is sold on the black market.
What is the mount called?
It's called the Reigns of the Mighty Caravan Brontosaur.
The Reigns of... Okay, hold on.
The vendor is Taluto and Zanzilar, and it's 5 million gold.
Yeah, sounds about right.
That's a waste of gold in my opinion.
It's like I said, it's a flex mount. That's just flexing. You're just flexing
you
at
have
that
money.
point. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I had 5 million gold, I would buy it. For sure.
Hell yeah, I would.
For sure. Fuck yeah, I would.
Oh, good old War Song Lutch Colt, right? Is this what this is?
Yeah.
Oh, Feast, how nice of you, buddy. I didn't even get a thing off. I popped my fucking thing to break their CC, and then I couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, they're fully geared, and he wasn't
work on.
He wasn't playing
something
Echoing
tonight.
Recommend. He wasn't even playing. Dude, he still just hits for fucking. Okay. You know who did a lot of damage? It was the Warrior.
Yeah, I see that.
You guys just let me die, bro?
Wait, what?
Did you guys at least write down?
Hold on. I'm so confused. He casted Mortal Strike one time. It hit 3 times, though, and it hit for 157,000. What?
How long did it take?
What? What is that? What
How?
the I don't know. What? I've never seen that. The fuck?
Oh.
Yeah, it's so troll. It basically what happens is if they get the sap, they auto win because like they get to just do whatever they want to you for free. Because you have to trinket the first stun. Because if you don't, they'll just kill you in it. You know what I mean? So it's like you're SOL no matter what. Basically, what you have to do, you have to like trinket press astral shift instantaneously, and even then, it's like
right.
You have to be so fast. You have to basically have to trinket astral
wow.
shift and press
They're
like
coming at it
sundering
head on.
or something like that.
You would have lost your pet and my pet was killing. It's too far away. You're an AFK.
Who's hitting me so hard?
God, man, these warriors need to get a life, bro. I'm just dead.
God damn.
Why is everyone sweating so hard? Like it's a tournament. Like, relax. I just want to get 1 kill before I die. All right, I'm happy. Kill me. I got 1 kill. I killed their druid.
Fucking wipe this out, huh?
This game is actually not fun when people try their pants off like it's a tournament. It's like fucking.
I'm running away.
It's like chill, dude. Am I the only one that got a kill? Oh no, someone else got a kill. Nice.
Here they come. Waiting for my team, so I don't want to do this alone.
They have 2 fully geared rogues on their team. A geared warrior and a geared
Oh shit. Ow. Seriously? Oh, fucking rogue. Wow, that rogue has more health than you.
They fucking wreck nerd. Yeah, it's because they have a priest on their team buffing him. That's why. Oh, they're all there? Jesus. We need to kill their priest. Their disc priest. I'm just gonna die to bleeds.
Seriously? These priests are so stupid. Like, come on, man.
This guy is so lame.
Everything I hit on this guy is just fucking absorbed.
Your class kind of shits on priests low key. You can purge everything off of them. Just spam purge on them. If you purge them clean, they're kind of worthless. I can double purge, but it's like I don't get the control. It's like RNG for me. Whereas you can spam it over and over. Low key, if we both just like attack them together, we can actually kind of fuck them. These guys are sweating so hard. Nether. Trying to kill the Shadow Priest here. Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
You didn't like that, did you, buddy? Oh wow, you guys all suck. Yeah, no, I'm not having a good game on this one or a good night with this fucking shit.
It's all good. We'll eventually get it. I mean, our whole team's getting wiped. It's not just us. Our whole team is getting decimated. They all have full gear. Every one of them. I don't think any of them are under geared, besides that demon hunter. But it's a demon hunter, so best class in the game. We need to kill their Shadow Priest. That'll be huge if we can do that. He disperses. Of course he does. I'm on the Invoker right now.
I got wrecked. They see me coming to me.
Oh, I'm dead. Got Blur off. Dude, this guy in our team chat is a moron.
I got sapped when I jumped down. Oh my god. Okay, let's play, buddy.
As a gladiator too. We're fighting glads, by the way.
A rogue here fucking with me. Oh, 2 rogues. Wow, I just got fucking 2 hit. There's 2 rogues just chilling at our spawn, by the way.
Yeah, no, they're on me now. I'm dead. 2 of those players are gladiators, by the way, so I'm not.
What are gladiators?
They hit 2400 in arena. They're good. They're really good. They're like borderline pro players.
So the rogues?
One of them's a rank 1 player, so he's actually considered pro.
Oh boy.
The Shadow Priest, I think, is a Glad from season 1. Yeah, he's a Glad. I don't think he's good though. That's the funny part. This rogue's gonna kill me again. These two dumbass rogues are literally in Discord together, playing together, doing their shit. Because they're way too coordinated. Way too coordinated.
Yeah, they just fucked us up again. I like playing rogues. I thought about doing a rogue.
They're hard to play though. They got a lot of keybinds. They're not easy. You know what low-key counters rogue hard as fuck? Ret Paladins. Ret Paladins shit on them. If I was on my Ret, those guys wouldn't stand a chance. I would actually probably murder them both.
I've read him like a book though, like what, you know what I mean? Dude.
Massive damage from my end. How are you doing more damage than me? And it's not even close.
Oh, I'm getting a kill right here, baby. Just kidding. Oh, double kill. Triple. Let's go. What's up, bitch? Yeah. Oh, he blinds me full. Break it. Later, nerd. Kill the rogues. One of them.
Do that. Come on, man.
Yeah, they're pretty sweat. Oh, nice. Someone healed me. What's up?
Dude, Demon Hunter is not as good as some rogue. There's no way.
Super fun. 10v1. So stupid. It's so I don't know. I wish they had different brackets for stuff like this. Because it's clearly not fair.
I see you, buddy.
The gear difference alone is just gross. Oh my god.
Well, I just get fucking ganked by all the rogues at once. They specifically target me.
Oh yeah. Well, rogue historically just shits on shaman in general, so they get real excited when they see a blue nameplate. They're like, oh yeah.
I don't want to go down there. Watching every single person that falls down get fucking annihilated.
I'm doing damn, but it don't matter.
Oh wow. A fucking feral druid is coming up here to fuck me.
Kill him.
We're not gonna kill him. Are you kidding me? He's gonna get away and walk away scot-free. Yeah, look at him go.
I wonder if I can
he's
hop
pushing
out of
me off.
here.
I'm done.
Can I hop out of here? I think I can. Oh, this is sick. Look at me. I'm out. Haha, Demon Hunter OP.
It always turns out to be broken. Oh my. Did you see that? Yeah, I saw that.
Demon Hunter OP, man.
I'm not done with you yet, bitch.
Can these fucking losers cap the flag so we can leave?
Hey, Czar, my class is a little broken. You know, Blizzard they'll probably have to end up nerfing it just by a little bit to put me in line with the rest of the classes out there.
That's Zaryu plays with
Wow. This druid sitting up here fucking wrecking us when we spawn in.
Do not interfere with this 1v1. Let me 1v1 this bitch.
Who?
Oh.
Not you. I'm trying to help my fuck this guy right here.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking to the other Lions player. No way he kills me, bro. Fuck, this game is so unbalanced, man. He out-healed my damage. How do you out-heal my damage as a warrior? So stupid. That shit better get nerfed, or I swear to God, I probably will quit this game because that's so dumb that a warrior literally out heals my damage by doing nothing. Just sits there.
They're not even capping the flag. They're just literally.
Yeah, they're graveyard camping. Yeah, they're assholes.
Oh my god, he just pulled me off the fucking spawn point. What a dick. Oh, wow. His shield just absorbed 81k damage I just did. Lightning bolt damage. That was so frustrating.
Enrage, regenerate. I need to look up this guy's healing. Are you fucking serious, bro? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has 5 heal abilities as a warrior.
What?
He did 200k healing as a warrior. Tell me how that's fair.
How does he have 5 things as a warrior?
I don't know, man. This game is starting to like trigger me. That is so fucking gross. That's so gross. Oh, cool.
Leave Matt for sure.
Look at that Shadow Priest. He went 24 and 0, 10 million damage done. Fucking wild. I'm pretty sure that was a pre-made too. Just 2 5-man pre-mades. The rogues were definitely playing together, 100%.
One-shotting noobs and Zaryu getting 1v1 by a demon hunter.
What is are you even trying to kill it? You still have not done more damage than me on details.
You still haven't out-damaged me on details. In 4 minutes.
He has 200,000 health now.
That's hilarious. You know what though? I can upgrade some shit. I got 3,400 honor. Let's see if I can max out a weapon.
I forced the trigger for him, man.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run outside real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
I might want to do a couple dungeons on one of my other characters and try to see if I can get a level or 2 in before bed.
Sub-rogue.
I gotta, you know, fucking open manage tomorrow apparently.
Where's the upgrade guy? Oh, here he is. What is this
He's right
guy?
next to the guy.
What is Elite Conquest Quota? Wait, what? Oh, I know what that's gonna be. Okay. It's cosmetic, but I know what it is. Alright, let's see. Can we upgrade all the way? This item can no longer be upgraded. What? What do you mean it can no longer be upgraded?
Well, what are you doing now? You did? Oh. Oh shit.
You can only upgrade them to level 3?
Why only level 3?
I have no idea.
I thought you could upgrade it like 5 times. That kind of error can work.
I'm assuming because the item level's too high? Because now my weapons outside of PvP, they went from 340 to 353. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't know why. Oh. You can upgrade it to level 5 next Tuesday. Because the item level is too high. That's why.
Okay, that makes sense.
Still haven't done more damage.
Because everything gets released next Tuesday.
Yeah,
So
everything's because the raid's gonna be coming out and stuff like that. So, and then you're gonna have conquest gear, you're gonna have arena gear. Everything's gonna be more. And that level from my understanding, level 5 honor gear is supposed to be only 10 item levels lower than conquest gear, which is good. That means you don't get fucking demolished by a gear disparity.
How's everybody doing? You doing good? Great.
Yeah. I never want to use my shaman though for PvP. I think I want to gear something else.
Dude, if you really want to just like be a god and never die and kill everyone, play a tank. I'm not even kidding. I'm watching Super Tease right now play Guardian Druid and he's doing world PvP. No one can kill him. No one. Anyone want to make out? Bro, this guy's Mog is actually kind of sick. What the fuck? He looks like Blanca from fucking Street Fighter. What do you know about Street Fighter?
Needs one more Fel Rush charge.
What? Look at this dude's Mog. What? This guy looks sick as fuck. What? Oh, Q-Pop, by the way. Are you in?
No. I said I'd be right back.
Oh. Hurry up. Sorry, I thought you were here. My fault.
Okay. You're good. Hopefully it's still available. It's not.
This guy's a bear. Bear fight. Bare knuckle them.
Oh my, this is so stupid.
I missed the pop.
It's all good. It's all good.
I legitimately am
A bear fighting a bear. Super great gameplay.
Ooh, we're out bearing the bear. This DK, you're making a mistake, DK. This is a mistake. You've made a mistake.
Oh my god. Bro, go watch Super Tease right now. This is so insane. On Twitch. His name is Super Tease. He's literally just killing everybody as a bear. No one can kill him. So stupid, bro. There you go. Level your druid as a bear. Just be a bear.
Where's that bear? He's trying to get away. He's trying to get away. There's no getting away.
Is it the same kids from last game? I will so quit if it is. Okay, it's not. Jesus.
Entangling roots, bro. Come on. All right. Trying to end this closer. Got him. Ooh, a rematch, honey. Okay. Oh, you think you can both take me, huh? You think you can handle the bear, huh? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Can I get a heal by my whole battleground just quit? Oh, Oh, this is the okay.
This is
1, 2, 3, 4. One of my players quit. It's 5v6. That's cool.
You can run Spell Warden and Gloom Ward down if you can. The 3% leech talent's enough for DK. He barely lost.
He barely lost. 411 item level in PvP. I feel like a god. Huh.
They're not gonna res. What's going on down here? Is it the bear? You think you can run away from your problems, huh?
I have more gear than this tank. I don't know if this is the play.
I'm the only bear around these parts.
So I gave the flag to our tank, but I have 100,000 more HP than him, so don't know how that's gonna work.
You're on my turf. You cheeky bear. That came in at the perfect time. We're getting clips, okay? We got like a 1v8 earlier. Oh, they're on normal mounts. What are you guys doing? You made a mistake. Why are you on normal mounts? Wait, you're gonna die to fall damage if you jump. You did not just jump. Wait, wait, what? Wait, what? What is happening right now? You think that it's better down here? You think you have a better chance?
Are you watching this guy?
What was that?
So ridiculous.
Hear something? What? I heard a level up audio. Oh, the bear. Oh, you guys think you can 1v3 me, huh?
Great. My healer has no gear. He just dinged 70.
You can do this, huh? Come on. Another ice block. Does he have blast wave? I bet he's got blast wave. I'm not falling for this. The bear gave up, dude. The bear knows his place. The bear has learned his place. We have asserted dominance. The bear knows his place. Wait, what? Oh, he kited it. No way. Here we come. Big damage. You ready? More of this. Better watch out. I'm gonna dismount. Where'd he go? Oh my god, I'm stuck on a branch. What? Where'd he go? How'd I get some high ground? See him? Oh, what's that? That's a player. Wait, I got no bubbles though. I need my bubbles. Oh, this is tragic. We're becoming, we're What is like a pro pilot called? Like with tons of kills in World War II? Like what were you called? A baron or something maybe? As a pilot? An ace? Alright, we're about to become an ace. We're gonna get aerial kills. Just waiting for somebody to come by. Is that a player? Nope. After today, Death Strike no longer feels like it's worth the global. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Dude, this Warsong Gulch Q is another bear! Oh shit.
I'm out of range.
Oh god, there's 3 bears. Oh no. This is what they told me. You can't rule like a tyrant because then 2 bears half your size will kill you. Oh god, what's gonna happen here? We're gonna kill Kibo. Kill Kibo is a threat. Kill Kibo. What is it? What am I looking at? It's like 3 sumo wrestlers just slapping each other on the nipples. Nothing is happening, dude. That guy is out. That guy is out. That guy does not want to do this.
I need to target something first.
Oh, we're getting close. I think I can get him. I think I can get him. Right here. Big damage. Okay, he doesn't care. Oh, does he care? He kind of cares. Maybe. Oh, back. That mage is like, nope. Look at him. Oh my god, the mage is like, oh my god, he's low. No. Turn around. You think this mage is gonna... Oh, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. The rich get richer. That's what this is. Oh no. Wait, do we both turn on the mage? We should both turn on the mage. I swear we should both. I gotta kill him though. He's a threat. Oh, he's so done in a second. He's actually so done in a second. Oh my god, he killed the DK. Is he gonna die? I don't think he's gonna die. Warlock? Why is the Warlock hitting me? Hit that guy. Alright, we got Warlock dots up. Oh, no, we don't. He dotted me and not this other guy. Not the other guy! Why are you killing me? Alright, Mr. Warlock, you're gonna do this. You're gonna regret this. Not dotting him, huh? I see how it is. I see how it is. It's gonna be like that. That's gonna be like this for you. We're still just spinning around. Oh my god. Don't grip me. Kill Kibu. Okay, get out of here, DK. If you're not gonna help me, get out. Look at what is killing the mage, dude? Look at the mage. Look at the mage. Look at the mage. He's dying. What is even killing the mage? Wait. Look at the mage. Wait, get off me for a second. Look at the mage. Oh. That's my chance. He didn't die on my chance. Oh wait, I have the debuff. I'm an assassin again. Wait, that's actually gonna help me in killing this guy. Maybe that actually makes the difference. I might be able to kill him. He got mad. They're out, dude. They're out. It was said to this day that the two bears were smacking each other's nipples. Get the mage. Oh, the warlock is coming back. You're gonna dot me, bro? What about dotting the other guy, man? This is rude. Why would you dot the other guy, man? Like, I can't let you live if you're not gonna dot the other guy. Come on. You're acting as a warlock. Oh, he's not dying. Oh my god, they're getting debated because we're getting low. Wait, does the mage die to like reflect damage or something? The mage is... The mage is just waiting for one of us to get low, but we literally can't get low. We literally can't get low. Oh my god. Wait, I got damage here. Big damage. He doesn't care. I wish he cared, but he doesn't care. What is this buff he has? Versatility 6%. Is that the set bonus? Is he wearing set bonus gear? I might be able to kill him. 2 seconds here, I might be able to actually kill him, I swear. Right here. Full stun, dunk him. Dunk him, 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 dunk him. Come on, man. That was the moment. It's like the best bait ever. Yeah, they think that's what they can die, so they come down. If anything, we shouldn't even be trying to kill each other. We should just be sitting here making it look like we're attacking each other so more people come. Oh, has he finally given up? Just let yourself get low, because then people will come. Yeah. Thought he could get a free kill. He's just gonna get 2 bears, dude. He's just gonna get 2 bears.
My thing? Is it working? Hello?
Yeah, now it is. I don't know what the fuck that was all about.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm about to tank my first dungeon here.
Are you watching this guy though? This guy's stream?
Oh. I couldn't find it. I didn't know what you were looking for.
Oh yeah, he's a guardian druid and he's doing world PvP and he's literally unkillable. it's hilarious.
Kill him, please. Come get him. Get him.
Computer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a dungeon on my druid right quick. See if I can figure this shit out.
The only thing more OP than a bear, preservation evoker. I gotta go. Wait, skip Q. Wait.
Oh, I'm fighting a Affliction Warlock and a Guardian Druid in Arena. Gee, I wonder if I'm gonna win. So stupid. Yeah, at least my teammate has gear, so that's cool.
2 bears whose dicks are small.
This is an auto loss. Okay. Any day you want to do something, Mage, on my team. I forgot, you're not allowed to have fun in this video game in the first 2 weeks. You're just not. You just fight the most sweaty, try-hard kids. Forgot about that. This guy has 600,000 health. What am I supposed to do to that? He out-healed... Oh my god. Just play a tank. I think I'm gonna make a tank. That's disgusting. He did the most damage and the most healing in the entire game. What the fuck? Good job, Blizzard. An immortal god that does the most damage and the most healing. Cool.
I'm on my literally on my druid right now.
I'm after playing against that and watching what this guy is doing on stream. Why would you play anything else? You literally aren't not killable. You can't die, and you do as much damage as like a warrior, if not more. Like what? Like, this is crazy, bro. I'm watching him do a battleground right now. He has the flag, and he's out healing 6 people that are hitting him. Now, when you have the flag, I don't know if you know this. I'm sure you do. You get a debuff, which decreases your movement speed and your healing done to you. And it stacks over time. He's still out healing the damage. He has 3 rows of debuff dots on him, and he's still not dying. So that's so gross.
Ah! Someone help me finally! Help me! Help me! Help me!
What are the best druid specs? Guardian Druid by far. The fuck? Look at that shit.
Feral's doing pretty good right now.
Yeah, the problem with Feral is you can actually die, whereas you can just play Guardian Druid and never die. Any stragglers? Oh, definitely. Where's my team? Hey, team.
It's too far away.
Oh yeah. Oh, you fuck. This makes me want to play Alliance so badly, man. Every time I play a Battleground, I just get like people that are severely undergeared on my team and they don't know how to play the game. But on the other team, nope, fully geared every game. Gladiators, rank 1 players, like the best players in the world. It's like, okay. Super fair and balanced.
I need to get closer.
Escort your FC across the midfield. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of here.
Bro, how do we have 3 rogues on our team? Oh wait, my frames are bugged. Oh, that's cool.
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
I haven't tanked in a fucking hot minute.
It's easy.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing just a fine job.
Oh, his darkness works, but mine doesn't, huh? That's cool. Could go Vengeance Demon Hunter and just be a god myself, but I actually have integrity. Now that I think about it, if you're trying to learn PvP, that's probably the best thing to play is like a tank or something like that. Gives you time to actually like learn shit, because if you play anything else, if you play anything that's like leather or lower, you're just like a squishy and just die like in 2 seconds, and there's like you don't even know.
Yep.
I feel like you can't learn that way in my opinion, but like it took a long time. Like Shadowlands was such a
Hey, my sister's calling me. I'm gonna call you right back.
All right.
He dropped it. Oh, he baited me. He baited me. He baited me. He baited me. He picked it back up. I got baited. Thank you for the bits. Which melee do you think is strongest at Sub-Rogue and Demon Hunter? For sure. Oh no, my bear buddy's gone. My bareback bear buddy.
It's too far away.
Alright, let's see what our
No MD for that, no. I hate just getting shit on, dude. I get shocked still. Oh, I'm just gonna die. Now the warrior's on me, and I'm gonna fear him and die. I actually feel like I am the worst, maybe not. I feel like I've lost every game, though.
Wait, how are you doing solo shuffle?
It's our time to shine. Which I really am trying to get a Void 4 game. Yeah, I'm wargaming with the solo shuffle. Couldn't narrow them down, but whatever. Just send that shizzle. Finally won, oh my god. What's stronger, Esprit or Lock? I think Lock, but I haven't seen too many Locks out there gaming recently. Let's try Siphoning this game too. Ah, fuck this, dude. Fine, I'll disperse, man. I walked into the ring too, whoops. Can I get this mind games off? Probably not, right? He's in the spirit, can't kick me. I got shocked. He's in stealth. Here comes, here comes. Boom! Clobber, dude. Get smoked on, bro. Of course, he gets robbed out of my Shadow Crash. The CC's kind of sick though. I just didn't mean to do that, dude. I'm sorry, Chrome. I didn't mean to do what I did. Dude, I death both of them. That's so cool, man. That's so cool. I don't care. I ruined the mage because it's toxic, and best Siphon ever here. Those games were tough, dude. It seems that the build you showed in the video on YouTube is much more effective than the one you heard playing. Yeah, I'm testing this one out for a different video. Should we do another one?
There's no way, but
I need to get closer.
wasn't strong right now, yo. What about one second. You're good. Yeah, this guy just takes the most fucking damage. So I said like Lux, Ellie, Pharaoh is good, DK is okay now after nerfs, Demon Hunter is good, Fury Warrior is good, Mage is good, Asaro is good, Sub Rogue is good.
It's too far away.
Oh my god, my bigger just got
out of range. I need to get closer.
We're just trying to get some Shadow Breeze and Lock. I mean, both of them are really strong. Mitchell, what do you think about double dotting versus triple dotting with the red trash build? I mean, I think it's really good, like triple dotting, if you have the opportunity to do that, in my opinion. Oh yeah, it feels hard. It just depending. Keep in mind, you're not. I'm assuming when you're fully geared, you're gonna feel better about it.
Let me have a look at you. Pathetic. Why aren't there any Dark Rangers in your ranks? Well, you'll have to do. Champions of the Horde, we have found Azerite deposits on some wretched island off the Feralus coast. It is your duty to secure it in the name of the Dark Lady. Your mission here is simple. Collect every bit of Azerite and leave nothing for the Alliance to find. I trust that isn't too hard to grasp. Down there, Azerite! Take it for our war chief, And should those Alliance get in your way, better not see the Alliance getting them before you do.
I'm out of range. Something first. Ability isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. It's too far away.
Grab these supplies if you need them, but don't lose sight of the Banshee Queen's prize. There are more Azerite eruptions around this blasted island.
Part of its
Check
any
your
of its
map to
healing
find
kit for
them.
dungeons. Like Disc Priest, Paladin is all doing that passive damage. Druid has Nature's Vigil, like you mentioned now. Shaman is just like, you know, you have to just like hard cast Chain Lightning. You don't have any way to like blast AoE. Is that important? No, but it kind of feels bad when you pull 100 mobs and you're doing nothing. I think Shaman got hurt actually from the talent trees. It sounds silly, but Shaman has all this like really weird small utility. Like it was almost like the toolkit kind of like you have all these different things for all these different situations. The problem is like, well, is it worth it to waste my talent points in this one thing that I'm going to use one time in one part of the dungeon? And like, so now it almost is like, well, you don't even have Hex, like you don't even have Tremor Totem, you're not even taking these Shaman abilities that normally you have. But the thing is, you still have them, right? Like, if there's a fight that has a fear and you want to have Tremor, you can bring it. So it's not totally downer, like it's not like you use it, but it kind of feels bad for those situations.
I think when Shaman's talent tree first came out, the thought was, wow, this is amazing. There's so many.
It was amazing, right?
Yeah, there's so many.
Cool
Because like the
stuff.
whole idea of the general talent trees for any class is like, yes, you have to spec into a lot of stuff you had before, but what it does is allow you to unspec out of things when you don't need them to gain power in other areas. Like customize your character more for everything you're doing. And for almost every class in the game, that's exactly what it does. For Shaman, they're just a class that just has, I don't know, somewhere between like 5 or 6 more buttons like that than like the next class. I'm not kidding. That's not an exaggeration. Like than the next class in the game. So because of that, you end up spending more of the time on their general tree going for things you already had, and you don't feel that power by unselecting things. There's just so many things to select, you have anxiety about making sure you have everything you have. So I've definitely noticed that as well, even though it is one of the better trees in general.
Yeah,
That's
well,
accurate.
and that can be attributed to a numbers game too. Like for example, let's say you rip all your utility out as a shaman and you're taking all these passives. You don't generally, you're not like sitting there, oh man, I'm so strong now, like I have all these things. Like even with all the passives and all the buffs you get, like you're still not even like stronger than some of the other better healers who are taking all their utility stuff anyway, you know? Like I think maybe if those nodes were more impactful, but it kind of feels like you're debating between like a utility that you're probably never going to use and then like something that gives you like 1%, you know, 2% avoidance or something. Like neither one of these really feels like the best. So, but this is the Copium tier list, and I do think that every healer, you know, can exist and do well if you play well and understand your class. So I think even Shaman sucks. Put it in the C tier.
Oh, that delivery was excellent. Holy shit. Okay. Moving on to Holy Priest.
All right. We got the Dabi out of the way, so we can be a little more.
Dabi
All
is
right,
fine
so
if it's real.
Holy Priest is kind of an interesting thing. Now, this is something that a lot of people might disagree with. This isn't a knock at Holy Priest. But one of the best things about playing Holy Priest is that you have the ability to play Discipline Priest together. And I know a lot of people are going to be mad about that, but that's like the cool thing about Priest is that you have two. It's the only healer that you can play where you have access to 2 specs based off the situation. And so if you're I'm only gonna play Holy Priest guy, or I'm only gonna play Disc Priest guy, then yeah, you know, it may sound bad, but I honestly think it's like kind of cool that you can switch between the two and you have those play styles. It's hard because right now in Shadowlands Season 4, Holy Priest is like so busted. It's doing so much damage. It's doing so much raid healing. We were seeing raid stack like 3 of these. I feel like it's lost a lot of its power. You're losing flash concentration, which wasn't fun. I feel like Holy Priest is definitely more fun in Dragonflight than it is in Shadowlands, but it also lost a lot of its power. One of the big things that Holy Priest had going for it into Dragonflight was it had this like side of its spec tree that had all these damage nodes where you could like get a buff that would increase the damage of everything you do, and then you had this ability to stack Holy Fire multiple times on the same target, and it was like, damn, like Holy Priest has this ability to do all this damage, which doesn't really fit with the class, but it was cool and powerful, and then they gutted it into the ground. And so then, now I feel like Holy Priest kind of doesn't really have a place. It's almost just like, well, if this is a fight or a dungeon where Disc Priest is bad, then you can play Holy. I could be off base by this, but I've just felt like Holy Priest just seems like a weaker version of Druid or Mistweaver in terms in raid content and Mythic Plus. That being said, like it still does the job. Holy Priest is also like a really good. It's easy to pick up. All of its heals are very straightforward. Like if you're someone who doesn't necessarily know what's going on in the dungeon,
I'm sorry, but if you play a Guardian Druid in this game for real in PvP, your dick is so fucking small.
So it's not as bad as
Like
Shaman. I'd probably put
you're
it deep,
actually
but not
like
quite on that
genuinely a shitty human being. Like no cap, no troll. Like you're just a dog shit fucking human.
Make this quick. Till we meet again.
Like holy fuck, bro. Poor guy, man. You just see health bars and you just get horny, like literally.
Best goods in the Isles.
I don't even know what would be like next thing to upgrade.
The city awaits.
$353 gear. I'm about to just get rid of this add-on, man. It's actually triggering me.
Yes! Yes!
Ugh. Same fucking virgins, man.
It's too far away.
And then one other thing about Holy that I think is cool is that they gave their like single target damage rotation a bit of some love in this expansion, right? Like the ability to do damage as a Holy Priest is on
Yes.
demand.
Well,
is better.
the problem with that is I don't think Holy Priests really care minute cooldown, which is crazy utility for raids, crazy for 5-man speed. I just feel like Resto Druid is just powerful, does good damage, brings lots of good stuff. There's not a lot to say bad about Resto Druid right now.
And huge shout out to Blizzard design-wise for bringing back Nature's Vigil. It has uses for other specs, but specifically for Resto, I just feel like such an issue they've had in the past is solving DPS while healing, and I feel like that is perfect for it. Not only does it fit so well with their kit, but it also is kind of like a little tiny burst window as well. It's like not all the time. Like you could stack it like at certain parts of the fight or something and get more value out of it. Really, really cool addition for sure to that. All right, so you're saying
yeah,
yes.
Vigil is great.
I have zero opinion on tier list. You can place it wherever you want.
Yeah, let's throw it in S. The one disclaimer that I'll give to it is that it's Resto Druid is all based on heal over time stuff, right? So I would rate the difficulty a little bit higher on average than other healers. You sort of have to know what's going on with the mechanics to make good use of your healing. If you're sort of like waiting for damage to happen and then pressing buttons, you're probably gonna underperform compared to somebody who's just like playing a more reactive healer. So I would say it takes a little bit more experience to get the best benefit out of like what you're doing as a Resto Druid, but it's not like super complicated. So once you get the hang of what's going on, it's really, really strong.
Excellent. All right, moving on.
Okay, let's do Holy Paladin. So Holy Paladin, I would say, is very similar to Druid in the sense that it is not really changed that much from Shadowlands. You kept a lot of the same powers that you have. You kept Divine Toll, which is like mostly what Paladin wanted. You have almost all the same kits in terms of all the talents that you have. There wasn't really that much new for Paladin. Unfortunately, unlike Druid, I would say, Paladin, instead of getting all these new like strong passives, their sort of addition was you can play ranged caster Paladin now or some sort of hybrid. Some people like that. If you are an old school Paladin guy, you're happy that Paladin is, you know, you can play this caster play style again. Personally, I don't really enjoy that so much, and I think that there's a lot of talent points that are of any of its healing kit for dungeons. Like Dispriest, Paladin is all doing that passive damage. Druid has Nature's Vigil, like you mentioned now. Shaman is just like, you know, you have to just like hard cast Chain Lightning. You don't have any way to like blast AoE. Is that important? No, but it kind of feels bad when you pull 100 mobs and you do nothing. I think Shaman got hurt actually from the talent trees. It sounds silly, but Shaman has all this like really weird small utility. Like it was almost like the toolkit kind of like you have all these different things for all these different situations. The problem is like, well, is it worth it to waste my talent points in this one thing that I'm going to use one time in one part of the dungeon? Or like, so now it almost is like, well, you don't even have Hex, like you don't even have Tremor Totem. You're not even taking these Shaman abilities that normally you have. But the thing is, you still have them, right? Like, if there's a fight that has a fear and you want to have Tremor, you can break it. So it's not totally downer, like it's not like you lose it, but yeah, it kind of feels bad for those situations.
I think when Shaman's talent tree first came out, the thought was, wow, this is amazing. There's so
it was amazing.
Yeah, there's so many. Because like the whole idea of just general talent trees for any class is like, yes, you have to spec into a lot of stuff you had before, but what it does is allow you to unspec out things you don't need them to gain power in other areas, like customize your character more for everything you're doing. And for almost every class in the game, that's exactly what it does. For Shaman, they're just a class that just has, I don't know, somewhere between like 5 or 6 more buttons like that than like the next.
Self-healing too, and the 40% change heavily affects Brewmaster.
Yeah.
So it's that one tank that is the weakest, but also does the most damage in the game right now.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what they do to tanks, because they said that any classes that were negatively affected by the most recent change they did, which for people who were not around for it, they did a 40% buff to everyone's HP, player's HP, but they also buffed the damage that everything did by 40%, just a straight 1-for-1. But they did not buff healing by 40%. This was because healers were too OP in raid. Obviously, it didn't really have an effect on tanks that heal based on the damage they take, because they're taking the same amount of damage. They can heal HP-based healing, like Vengeance and Blood. It puts an emphasis on classes with initially much bigger DR, so like classes like Prot Warrior, right? But classes that have not damage taken based healing, but just pure throughput healing, just like every other healer in the game, they in a way like got nerfed inadvertently, I think. So it'd be, I want to say Blizzard is probably going to address that, because they literally said they would address classes that kind of got affected by this, and this is one of the 2 tank specs that got affected by this. So
that is also why Blood Decay is insane, by the way.
Yeah,
like Blood Decay does not give a crap about this.
Same with Vengeance in a way as well. A little less so, but certainly still true. All right, on to Prot Paladin.
I'll also give this an A, but a higher A for sure.
Higher A, okay.
It's got infinite defensives now. It's really flexible too. You can build for a crap ton of damage, or you can build for a ton of survivability. Like right now, Paladins have the most defensives by far. They have Bubble Taunt. You can bring it down to like a 2-minute something CD. You've got Arn Defender on a pretty short CD, like less than a minute. You've got Eye of TR on a minute. You've got Sentinel now, so your wings is like a 30-second long DR, or like just like a defensive in general. And you've got Guardians of Ancient Kings. Plus, you have Guardians of Ancient King proc. So I feel like this tank can just live anything as long as it has some heals. What it brings though, it's like more of an M+ niche because of Avenger Shield silences. Avenger Shield silences are insane. Like they are so good for carrying pugs. I've always said if there's a pug tank, that's Paladin right there.
Oh yeah. I think they like built their whole tree with like Mythic Plus in mind almost. There's just so much AoE cleave stuff going on. It seems like a huge emphasis.
Yeah, they're insane in AoE too. That's the other part.
All right, cool. So Prot Paladin, upper A. Moving on to last one, Prot Warrior.
I'll put in the low S.
Okay.
I think this is the best tank for M+ right now, but if we're including Raid 2, I don't think Warrior is as special. The biggest thing is Warrior is unkillable, especially when there are a lot of mobs. When there are a lot of mobs, you have infinite rage generation, and we have BFA levels of Warrior right now. This class is super button mashy. You have a permanent shield block uptime, a shit ton of ignore pains. I don't think this class is like as insane as the rest for Raid specifically.
Okay.
I mean, could be wrong about this. I mean, like, but also their damage is like not.
We're
as
asking
amazing as
you
other tanks.
and Growl to like each rank all of the specs. You're just giving your best opinion on the subject, right? And you're saying you're even acknowledging like I'm not 100% on this, so that's totally fine. So yeah, so Prot Warrior currently owns a Mythic Plus. You think it has a little bit less value in Raid. I just want to point out that I think Prot Warriors are just in such a good spot gameplay wise. Like in BFA, the end of BFA, they were often reviled because they were just so powerful.
Oh yeah.
And Blizzard's choice to remove their power was to they jumbled up some talents, and they like honestly the Shadowlands gameplay of Prot Warrior was so brutal compared to what it was. It was way worse to play, and they remedied all of that. This class absolutely slaps to play, very high pace, feels really good, bunch of really good stuff added back, really quality of life stuff. I mean, they brought back Blood and Thunder, and then they made it instant, so you didn't have to like have that weird Ren GCD. Like I think the design of Prot Warrior is like stellar, maybe as good as it's ever been.
That's what every tank needs. Every tank needs a Prot Warrior change.
Yep. Facts. I think that's about it. Do you have any other general notes about tanking just in general in this expansion? Because it seems like you rated every tank like decently high, right? You don't think there's any major stinkers. Like
This has to be the best tanks have ever been. Because like, so in my ranking video for M+, I put Blood DK as 5th, but I feel like DK is actually one of the best tanks. It's just that like I don't think it brings anything special compared to the other tanks for M+. So this will be definitely a good tanking expansion.
Yeah.
Aggro is also really good. There's not a lot of aggro issues.
That's so good. That is nothing is worse than a tank playing as well as they can play and a DPS pulling aggro off of them. That doesn't make sense. Like people often misunderstand that argument. They think that like the argument is that tanks should just exist and always have threat and not have to play the game. That's wrong. If you are using every global you can as a tank to AoE on top of mobs, and a class can pull off of you and die, like it happened frequently last expansion with like Breath of Sindragosa, Fury Warrior AoE, that's just bad. It's even with tricks and MDs, that is so stupid. That should not happen. So yeah, I'm glad that that isn't a thing, and just because of the baseline buff to tanks in general, that's not a thing.
I'm gonna give a caveat. If you are bursting Omega hard, like Havoc Demon Hunters right now, you can still rip aggro.
Well, that's definitely a special case. Like we're gonna get into this in like Mythic Plus balance in a second. Is like outside of the obvious outlier in Mythic Plus damage right now, there's like legit like a ton of classes that do a ton of damage. Not rip threat, like rip damage, like they do well. Right, it's like the DPS Mythic Plus balance somehow with all of this changing is actually pretty decent after the obvious things are going to get tuned. The only one that's pulling is the one that is doing way too much, right? Even Unholy, which has like such high peaks, there's so much setup to Unholy that you don't pull because it's like enough into the pull where you like actually get all their damage out. Yeah. All right, cool. That's all I need. Thank you, Dorky. And for anyone who wants to follow him, twitch.tv/Dorky or on Twitter, he is a Dorky Bear with an insanely low voice. Thanks for coming on and talking about it. Always like having you on. You're a good take factory.
Thank you for having me.
All right, see you, bud. Now we are getting to DPS. This is going to be much more people quickly being swapped in and out. I'm going to try to do this as fast as possible. The first person we're going to be talking to is Taznak, one of my favorite people to talk to in the WoW community about classes. He is just a great resource for DK, excellent guy. He will be talking about DPS Death Knight. Hello, how are you doing?
Good, how about you?
I am doing well. It's been a long time since we talked. It's been like 2 months or something since we were having those like weekly DK conversations about all the stuff they were playing. So I'm definitely very happy to see how you feel about how they're performing right now, both in your estimation and rate of Mythic Plus, but also just, I mean, I play this class. I'm really excited about it. I've been playing a lot on beta of like just how Frost and Unholy play compared to last expansion and like all the tools they have. So you can kind of take it wherever you want.
Yeah, you want to start with Frost or Unholy?
Let's do with Frost first.
All right. For what's changed, honestly, not a whole lot. Got like Razor Ice on Avalanche. We got Chill Streak now, which is pretty cool. And the rest of it's kind of just stuff we've had previously. So just additions to what's already there. It's very much the same. Like if you played it in Shadowlands, you played it in BFA, you go into it now, you're gonna know how to do it. So
okay,
still pretty much the same.
Just added tools though, right? So they gave them there's now 2-target cleave cold heart. There's Chill Streak again, like more 2-target enemies. You get to play your breath builds with the Remorseless Winter, you know, biting cold talents at the same time as having Rage the Frozen Champion for the longer breaths, right? Like they just, it seems like they just gave you access in the builds you're playing to just have more stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like the same core, but with a couple additions on top of it. And all those additions are really cool, really interesting. Only one that's a little bit, it's absolutely insane. Probably the best addition they could have made to Unholy for AoE.
I think that's all about it. Thank you. I have to kind of like do these pretty quick, but obviously I always love having you on. If any of you guys want to follow him, Taznak is his channel. He's a very prominent DK Theory Crafter member of their community. A bunch of other really good guys, Biceps Pump, bunch of dudes in that Discord. They're all, it's one of the DPS DK specifically is one of the better class communities in WoW. So I would definitely encourage you guys to have one of those places. There's a lot of class Discords, super cursed. The DPS DK specifically, very good. It's run by good people. So thanks for being on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a good day, man.
All right, see ya. All right, next we're going to do Havoc. I'm going to see if Jedith is around. All right, calling him up. Wait, how do you say your name? Is it Jedith or Jedith?
It's Jedith.
Oh,
Jedith.
fuck. Okay, well, my bad.
I heard you called me Jericho earlier, too, so...
Yeah, I did. Well, okay, so there's 2 people who I've not spoken to before today, like, on voice, I think. One of them is Jericho, one of them is Jedith. Very similar. You know, both start with, like, a GE. Got all that going on, so yeah. All right, so I have you here to talk about one spec today. Not insanely in depth, has to be pretty quick, but just your general thoughts about Havoc from where it came from in Shadowlands to where it is now. You know, gameplay, how you feel about it, and then its general power level.
Sure, okay. So, yeah, I think generally Havoc is... We've been very lucky in this transition from the new... over to the new talent tree. We're definitely like one of the specs that came out better than it was before. And that's no surprise because we used to be like one of the worst designed classes, in my opinion. And the limitations in our talents made it really hard to like actually come up with good builds. But now we have like some of the most unique talents, I think, with Know Your Enemy and Any Means Necessary. They're both talents that scale with our stats, meaning we have longevity going through the expansion and through the tiers. Yeah, other than that, like our kit is super good, pretty happy with it. We have a lot of tools now to kind of function in any scenario. The problem is people don't necessarily like those tools, but we're definitely like pretty versatile now. In terms of pain points, I think our class tree got basically massacred in the process of tuning.
Oh yeah.
We lost Sigil of Silence, which I know a lot of people are upset about because they're really excited to play with it. We also have this like really strange situation with Sigil of Misery. So it's basically a modifying talent for Sigil of Misery, and it makes the mob hit by it take extra damage. So now we're feeling obligated to like take that and use a utility as an offensive spell. I think first, like we need to mention that we lost access to Fell Eruption, which is our single target stun, and Netherwalk, which is our budget immune. So those are both things.
Yeah, I'm actually doing an interview in a few days, and that is one of my direct questions to them. Is specifically your spec and Moonkin are the only 2 specs in the game that have to get an interrupt or an important piece of defensiveness or utility, being Fell Eruption or Netherwalk, and you lose 5 to 10% damage when literally no other class in the game does that, to where it's like no one's going to make that choice, right? And that is a huge issue. So I'll be asking them that directly.
Yeah, you have to sacrifice something, and it's going to be a weird thing to get used to because I think we were so just trained to think we always have Netherwalk at our disposal whenever we need it. And even in Mythic Plus, knowing that we have an extra stop in Fell Eruption and now we don't have that. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What else in the spec tree? There's Momentum, I guess, which is a pretty hot topic. Essentially, for those that don't know, its impact was reduced to kind of keep it in line with other potential builds. But then by doing that, they made it feel pretty bland and boring because it just kind of happens behind the scenes as you play your rotation if you're playing the Essence Break build. So now they've technically kind of made it worse for players that liked it and simultaneously like failed to convince the people that hate it that it's fun to play. Yeah, other than that, like I think with the momentum argument, I think it can be argued that the quick snappy damage boost that we used to get from momentum is now kind of in Vengeful Retreat and Initiative. It's like Initiative is one of the best talents on that tree.
I love that they added that. It's like, for people who don't know what it is, it's basically a nerfed version of First Strike from last expansion, but you can reactivate it on command with a cooldown. It's actually insane. It's so cool.
Yeah, and if you're like really, paying attention to it, you can min-max it. And because of that, and with its like functionality with the talent Know Your Enemy, it's a huge damage boost to actually use it properly and get it going. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, I think we're in a really good spot.
Okay.
Everything can all change really quickly though if there's any slight nerfs or whatever. I do think though, like if we are to eat any nerfs, we're in a spot where I think we're still going to come out of it in a great spot just because of our kit, because of the changes.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
All right, so where would you put it as of right now?
I'm gonna be humble. I'm gonna put it on A.
Okay. Like high A?
I know people disagree, but this is a meme tier list, right?
It is a meme tier list. Yeah. Okay. All right. So okay, I'll just put it like high-ish A then.
Sure, A plus.
Oh, A plus. Okay, we'll put it at the top of A. All right.
A plus plus.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for being on. If you guys want to follow him, you can follow Jedith at twitch.tv/Jedith. He also has that's your Twitch name, right? That's correct?
Yep.
Cool. And he has a YouTube channel as well. So make sure you guys check that out. All right, cool. Thanks for being on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yep.
See ya.
All right, bye. Dude, there's no fucking shot he put that in A. There's no way. That's not even a fucking comment, man. Just like watch any Mythic Plus dungeon for fucking 5 seconds. All right, that's fine. I respect the fuck out of that. Nagura time. Okay, Nagura, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to see you. Hope to see you again soon, IRL, which would be really fun. Maybe, who knows? We need you to talk about balance. It's been through a lot. It's obviously grabbed the like the Legion spammable version of Starfall, but the same size you had last expansion. They recently had some nerfs added to them. Basically, how do you feel about Moonkin gameplay wise, talent tree, general thoughts and concerns, things you like, all that stuff?
All right. So first of all, I'm gonna say that there's a pretty big difference in opinions, I guess, between me and what most other Moonkins think, and also what the theory crafters think.
That's totally
So
fine.
I'm just gonna
you
I'm
rip
just
your
gonna
own
say
opinion.
what I think, and then I'll say what the other people say. All right.
Okay, sure.
All right. So I think specifically for AOE, Dragonflight Moonkin feels infinitely better than Shadowlands or BFA because Starfall, we can finally cast Starfall, and it's not like on cooldown anymore, as you all mentioned. And I think we also generate a lot more astral power in AoE, so it actually just feels like the whole playstyle feels better in my opinion. Now, something that a lot of people have a problem with is the focus on Stellar Flare. So it's like a third dot that we consistently have to like keep up now on AoE if we want to do the max damage, and it just adds a lot of ramp to our damage, additionally to the ramp that we already had before. And our mastery changed as well, so now it's not only Eclipse that gives us more damage, but also having our dots on the targets, which of course means that we're just going to be worse at switching targets, because to do our maximum damage, we have to apply our dots first, which is something that Moonkin needs to be really good at, to like switching targets and stuff. We're really versatile in our playstyle, and now in Dragonflight, we're going to need more ramp for it, and we're not going to be as good anymore at that as we used to be before. So that is something that people really dislike, and I can totally relate, but I personally like
you're not the only
classes,
one.
and I kind of like it.
I think a lot of people like the added complexity as well, right? Like the I think I'm not saying like obviously power level or anything, but just like I think design wise, I think you're spot on. They were the last like fully designed, completely remade spec tree before they moved on to the tuning phase and kind of stopped the design, ripped the druid class tree for not getting that same treatment. But you like outside of the solar beam thing, I think in general you like the class tree as well, right? Or the spec tree?
Okay, so the solar beam is obviously a big problem. Additionally, there's a lot of other issues with our talent tree, specifically that our capstones at the bottom part of our talent tree is really, really bad. So that causes that causes multiple problems. Number one, it means that our top part is much better, and therefore we will always just pick the best talents, which means that we don't have that many different builds. which obviously is an issue. And the bottom capstones are just kind of like you don't need them because they're so bad. So yeah, so playstyle wise, it doesn't affect us because obviously that's more of a like choice thing and not really playstyle. But I think it's also going to be confusing to a lot of players, especially more casual players that think, oh, I can get all of these capstones, but then they're actually just really weak and give you less than like 0.5%.
You know, so, and I can't move that because I'm not rating anything on this tier list, so that's, we're just gonna ask everyone to ignore that that's there. Yes, okay, so high B for Moonkin currently, I feel like all your concerns, especially design-wise, of course, won't speak anything on the power level, are valid. So, all right, I take that. I think it is for chat to continually look at Havoc in A, but I am not giving my opinion on any single spec in the game, so I'm just going to ask chat where they think Havoc should be rated real quick as a poll, because it's too distracting to every single other ranking, because everyone else was like pretty like honest with it, and I feel like that one might be a little ridiculous. Okay, for them. And then yeah, no, I actually really appreciate that. I'm an OG like Feral main, played it really long. I haven't played it in years. I haven't really played it much on the beta, but I'm so glad to hear that it's super fun again, because I feel like they really ruined that spec, and it was just a, you know, they just created an assassination rogue. You know, Garrote was Rake and Rupture was Rip, and Envenom was Ferocious Bite, and it was the same class, and it used to be so different and so unique in the way that it did damage, and they're bringing a lot of that back. I'm sure they'll continue tuning it and stuff like that. And I think in general, still the Druid class tree needs a little work.
Yeah, like I didn't even talk about the class tree, but yeah, sorry, go on.
No, but I mean, just especially for Feral, I think the class tree doesn't make a ton of sense. It's just, it was the first one ever made. It needs a fresh coat of paint. Very simple. They ran out of time to do it. I think that's the obvious answer.
Yeah, I think that's agreeable. There's some good stuff on that, but yeah, it's just a little bit outdated. But yeah, Feral itself, honestly, Max, you should, if you find time between now and the race and everything, you should give it a shot, because it's really fun, and everyone I know that's been playing it, like, this is probably one thing I'll add as well, actually, final thing, but there's definitely a higher skill cap to it. Generally speaking, I know a lot of people that are nervous about playing it ask me, like, you know, how difficult is it? I think it's one of those specs that's going to be like fairly easy to pick up, but like very difficult to master when there's a lot of mechanics going on and you got fast ticking bleeds and you're trying to upkeep 5 different bleeds and stuff. So it's definitely on the harder side, but it's really rewarding and really fun. And I know that a lot of people, like, I think Speed's been playing it, and like Gangnam and stuff, and like they've been saying they're really enjoying it. So I think Canex as well is playing it. So just so you know, Echo's got a Feral Druid. I don't know if you need one for the race, like does Liquid need one? Make sure you have one, okay?
Yeah.
I see that smile.
Yeah, we have everything. Or
yeah, you have everything you need
covered. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, that's good, man. All right, well,
have you not heard about him? Have you not heard about him?
Him? Who's him?
I mean, I mean, if you don't know about him, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's it. All right, thank you for the time. Always appreciate talking to you.
Of course. Yeah, you too. Good luck. Peace.
Yep. See ya. Bye. All right, we have to do Evoker. I'm doing Jericho, calling you now.
Hello.
Excellent. Hello. Okay, and you are someone who's kind of thrown yourself headfirst into Devastation Evoker, correct?
All right. So yeah, I mean, if you're you know, in any of the sort of Devastation beta communities, you know, Discord and all that, you might know me as the guy who made the big Google Doc with all of the crap in it. And what you guys should know is that I'm a Shadow Priest with 1 trick since Legion. You know, Surrender to Madness, World Nightmare, basically that high ever since. So you know, I'll let public talk about Shadow, but safe to say, you know, it's a thing. So let me, I guess, I don't know, I'll start with a couple things and let me know if you want me to take it anywhere. So bottom line, guys, I just want you to be, you know, super aware that where we are at level 60 here is not representative of tuning at level 70, so when you go make your Evoker, please, for the love of God, don't judge its damage or anything like that.
That goes for every class. You know how many times I've been in like someone's random stream and they're doing a live season 4 like Mythic Plus dungeon with like level 60 only talents and like random covenant spells and stuff, and being like, man, this class isn't doing too hot. Like, this is literally nothing. It's like a fucking carnival. Like, this has nothing to do with the actual game.
It's the worst. So please, like, get on there, play with the, like, make your cool dumb dragons. Send me your dumb dragons. That's awesome. Play with the abilities. You know, get to know it, but don't judge the damage, for God's sake. Like, tuning is something completely separate at 70, so let's just leave that there. And then there's one more thing that I need to make sure I say before we get on here. I need to give a big shout out to the dev team working on Evoker. They're doing just an amazing job with community feedback over the beta cycle. So they've been actually really good about fixing bugs and getting feedback and this kind of stuff. And this might be a little controversial because there are a couple things that they're not going to move on, right? They're not going to move on the range thing. That's just kind of part of the experiment. It's something that they want to see play out. But since that point 3 months ago, my god, they changed like half the tree, they reworked Fire
yeah.
Breath and Burnout completely, they buffed defensives when they were lacking, they buffed fire and volatility, so now the AoE rotation actually kind of makes sense, it's a little reasonable, right? So, I mean, I know that, you
Spell
know, I mean,
me.
comparing to some of the other, you know, specs and classes and all that
Spell
out there, they've been
me.
super responsive and super great. I know there's going to be an interview in a couple days with some of the designers as well talking about it, so...
Yeah, I think Chris doing an interview with the Evoker guy on Thursday.
Exactly, so show them all the love. It's been great from that angle. There are some memes that Devastation is a bit of an advanced class, right? Obviously, when you type in your thing, and you know that's going to be part of the selling point. So this is a class that it's going to appeal to people to hopefully make some ults, to just mess around. You know, it's really easy to get into. But there are some kind of interesting mechanics and interactions that actually like tie it all together. So the way that they changed Fire Breath, for example, they really tie, you know, they have it now so that the longer that you empower it, it moves more of that damage into the immediate sort of burst damage rather than the dot. And, you know, typically speaking, in like a single target, you want that dot rolling, so you have interactions that sort of, you know, synergize with it, because you have stuff like this catalyzed talent that's making you do more damage, you have procs, right?
My healer doesn't know how to press the spell.
Is because it captures all of that damage all at once, you can almost snapshot, in a way, the value of kind of temporary buffs and that kind of thing. So you're running at the end of Bloodlust, you have a trinket that's running out, that sort of thing. You can just capture all that value right at the end, and it has some real cool playstyle interactions. You can chain disintegrates, so, you know, use the pandemic mechanic. I kind of see your face there, that's weird.
No, the only reason I was making that face is because I randomly had an ad. Like, I forgot to run an ad before I called you, so now there's just an ad for a minute and 40 seconds.
Well, I'll leave this video with it, but obviously the mastery is sort of very different, very unique, and you're gonna see a lot of min-max and sort of managing your cooldown around sort of optimizing for the value of that mastery throughout the fight.
Yeah,
So,
definitely super
very-
interesting. They're adding a mastery into the game that is huge damage at higher health. Obviously, it's up during your cooldown window, which is a nice minutes, but it is definitely interesting to look at. Where do you think this class ends up in its first? Because it's so weird, right? When you look at classes that have been released into this game, there's like this common thought that, you know, oh, well, they're going to make sure it's OP. But, like, honestly, if you look back to anything except for Death Knight, like, that hasn't really been accurate. Like, all three monk specs, very average when it came out. 1 tier later after they came out, this was insanely good, but, like, not right. And then Demon Hunter was pretty average, both specs. One of them was, like, really bad for, like, an entire week. So, like, there's no real actual thing to go off of this game. Whatever their new classes are definitely insane. How do you feel about, you know, its viability in a raid comp? You know, obviously you can always play around the 25-yard range thing. That's an entirely separate discussion. But how do you feel about Evoker right now's power level?
Absolutely. So in very general terms, it's looking extremely competitive in terms of its AoE damage, its cleave damage, and especially its burst profile. You roll up on a pack in M+, and you can do some ungodly things, which is really nice. It kind of has some aggro issues, actually, at the end of the day. I won't get into it too much, but just because of the way that it works, where, you know, you have your mastery that's front-loading all of your damage, you have these burst things. We were talking about before some tanks that, you know, struggle to hold aggro in some of these situations.
Colin Dorky. Hello,
Yo.
Mr. Dorky. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Wait, did you just wake up?
Nah, definitely not.
Are you sure? You sound super bird. 1 second.
No.
Okay.
Just took a little nap. Yeah, so we can start with Bloody K, I guess.
Sure.
Absolutely S tier. This is a banger tank. I
Okay.
don't think it's as good in M+. I do think it's, like, you know, a little bit weaker, but, like, I feel like for raid, it's got to be the premier tank. This tank is insane. It's unkillable. It does probably the highest single target, if not one of the highest single targets. Like, assuming you don't care about your raid buffs, the AMZ is insane. Like, grip is obviously insane in a lot of fights.
Okay.
I would say, like, the only thing with M+, though, is M+, it's a little bit on the less good side, for sure. Its DPS suffers a lot whenever it comes to AoE or when there's a lot of little things. Because, like, right now, movement screws DKs really hard. The whole idea behind DK right now is you sit in your D&D the entire time. The more you're in your D&D, the more damage your Shattering Bones does. you like get all the juice from all those D&D talents. This is a hard one because I would put this in like actually I probably would have put in A for M+, but like if we're including raid, I think it definitely deserves S. AMZ is also insane for raid too. Yes, I was just leaving an S.
All right, moving on to Vengeance DH.
Can we have a lot of S tiers or what?
We can't. I mean, it seems like people are being pretty liberal with S, so we might do a deep dick dolly dumpster tier on the top, and that's for the special cases, because it seems like I'm just gonna alter it now because it seems like this tier list is trending high because people are being optimistic, which is good, but we just need that rank there just in case something's out of control.
Yeah, I guess we just this is hard. I feel like.
Okay.
We'll just put Vengeance in S2.
Okay.
Might as well.
Above or below?
Well, I guess it depends on the Chaos brand too. Below for sure.
Below Blood, you think?
No. Yeah, no. Well, Vengeance below Blood.
Okay.
Yeah, so Vengeance right now, I've tried both builds. There's a Fiery Brand build going on, which is more of a standard cheat death build.
Okay.
I think the Fiery Brand build is like a fair bit better. I mean, it works really well in raid too. It does insane damage. The whole Frailty build is pretty insane right now. Basically, you'd be able to passively take way less damage in both M+ and raid.
What is the gameplay?
Which is
how fun is Vengeance compared to the last expansion?
Oh, it's very fun. I think people who are Vengeance players, this is like probably one of the peak Vengeance gameplays. It's been a very long time since Vengeance has been this fun. I think the biggest part is because of the numbers. Like for the longest time, Vengeance always had these issues. They were either squishy outside of spikes or even meta. They usually did pretty crappy damage in either single target or even like surviving too. Surviving single target was always rough, but this time around, Vengeance is actually insane. They've also got a little bit more buttons to press, and the whole new Frailty playstyle is kind of interesting.
All right.
But yeah, I think in terms of performance, it definitely belongs in S. It does a lot of damage. Chaos Brand is huge value if you don't bring Chaos Brand, even in M+. Like M+, Chaos Brand has always been very big.
Okay.
So we definitely keep it in S.
All right, excellent. Guardian Druid, your OG main and the recent beneficiary of the singular biggest buff of all time. 50% across the board buff to Guardian Druid last week.
Bro, I called it too. Let me just talk about this real quick. So they nerfed Bear multiple times, right? Like they nerfed UFR, they nerfed Moonfire. People were like, why are they nerfing the weakest tank? You know, everyone was coming to my stream. They're like, yo, Dorky, can you tell me about why this class is getting nerfed? I'm telling you guys, like, I had the sauce, man. I knew this class was going to get buffed up the ass. Like, there was no way this class would... Like, since when has Blizzard ever nerfed a weak class? Never, right? I mean, okay, never mind.
They did get the sauce.
Yeah, we'll just continue with this. Anyways, I think it belongs in the top of the top.
Currently, okay.
Yeah, I'm giving it.
Not surprising. Pretty sure if you were to ever take any class that's ever existed in this game and buff them by 50%, they will become the singular best of anything at any role. So, yeah, that is not surprising. Deep Dick Dolly Dumpster, first participant is current Guardian Druid. Now I think that's not design wise. You still have issues with a bit of the talent tree and their design. You're just speaking purely power level, right? Okay, cool.
I think it's getting nerfed for sure. I mean, if we're including raid too, so they have this one talent called After the Wildfire. Every 200 rage you spend, you'll heal everyone by like 60k ish, give or take, and it can crit too. So that one talent actually works in raid too, which is really dumb. And the damage of this class is also like all the way up there. But yeah, like I mean, as it stands, I think it's up there, but it's probably gonna get nerfed down to like S.
Yeah,
possibly
we'll just take everything as they are right now. I think everyone understands. Number one, tier lists are memes to begin with, and second, like I said, literally 2 weeks ago they nerfed class by 25%, and last week they buffed one by 50. So any of this could change at any moment, right? There's still very volatile changes happening. All right, moving on to Brewmaster. Wait,
this might be the first weak tank.
1 second.
Wait, what's not working? Oh, he doesn't hear us. What an idiot! Look at him.
All right, I can hear you now. Apologies. Super sorry. My headset like randomly died when I got up.
No worries.
What did you say? Why are they KEKWing?
No, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, you probably didn't say anything. It's whatever. All right, go ahead.
So yeah, Brewmaster. This one, even though it's like I'm gonna put it as the weakest tank right now. I just don't know if I would put it in B. I feel like it still belongs in A, especially if we're including raid too.
Yeah.
So Brewmaster right now, it does by far the best damage. Like this class is insane, especially in AoE. Like any AoE encounter, you go into the pole with Rushing Jade Wind and Charred Passions up, you instantly bang that pole with Bone Dust Brew plus Exploding Keg combo, and it just does infinite damage. Even in raid, it's kind of insane. Like if there are ads coming in, if there are like those spiders in that one spider boss fight, can literally just like insta kill them all. The problem with Brewmaster though is it's a little bit on the squishy side. I'm sure you've seen before.
I have no
It's
idea
quite
how
a
good or bad
squishy tank.
anything is. Is
Oh,
purely
don't
up to
worry.
you.
You've played with a Brewmaster in beta.
Yeah, we did some dorky monk keys, and we tried to run it up like a 18 ruby life pools or something. Like there was a 15 fortified ruby life pools, the first giant pull, and we did reset the dungeon 6 times in 5 minutes, or 3 times in 5 minutes. So that was definitely a banger.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be as bad in raid because you usually have healers. You don't have to tank the pack the entire time, and you have a lot of defensives you can go through. Brewmasters have a lot of defensives now because you have both dampen and diffuse baseline.
Oh yeah, super good change.
Yeah, the biggest problem is like if you're just tanking mobs constantly in M+, this class struggles hard. It has like no self healing too, and the 40% change heavily affects Brewmaster.
Yo, yeah.
So
higher level keys and stuff like that, and like maybe
a lot of that back. I'm sure they'll continue tuning it and stuff like that. And I think in general, still the druid class tree needs a little work.
yeah,
especially
like
for
I didn't
Feral.
even talk about the class tree, but yeah, sorry, go on.
No, but I mean, you can just especially for Feral, I think the class tree doesn't make a ton of sense. It's just it was the first one ever made. It needs a fresh coat of paint. Very simple. They ran out of time to do it. I think that's the obvious answer.
Yeah, I think that's agreeable. There's some good stuff on that, but yeah, it's just a little bit outdated. But yeah, Feral itself, honestly, Max, you should, if you find time between now and the race and everything, you should give it a shot because it's really, really fun. And everyone I know that's been playing it, like, this is probably one thing I'll add as well, actually, final thing, but there's definitely a higher skill cap to it. Generally speaking, I know a lot of people that are nervous about playing it ask me, like, you know, how difficult is it? I think it's one of those specs that's going to be like fairly easy to pick up, but like very difficult to master when there's a lot of mechanics going on and you got fast ticking bleeds and you're trying to upkeep 5 different bleeds and stuff. So it's definitely on the harder side, but it's really rewarding and really, really fun. And I know that a lot of people, like I think Speed's been playing it and like Gangnam and stuff, and like
Inhale. Release.
they've been saying they're really enjoying it. So I think Canex as well is playing it. So just so you know, Echo's got a Feral Druid. I don't know if you need one for the race. Like, does Liquid need one? Make sure you have one. Okay.
Yeah.
I see that smile.
Yeah. we have everything. Or
yeah, you have
nothing
everything you need.
covered. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, that's good, man. All right. Well,
have you not heard about him? Have you not heard about him?
Him? Who's him?
I mean,
oh no, is this a DM?
if you don't know about him, I'll tell you. That's it. All right. Thank you for the time. Always appreciate talking to you.
Of course. Yeah, you too. Good luck. Peace.
Yep. See ya. Bye. All right. We have to do Evoker. I'm doing Jericho calling you now.
Hello.
Excellent. Hello. Okay, and you are someone who's kind of thrown yourself headfirst into devastation, correct?
All right, so yeah, I mean, if you're, you know, in any of the sort of devastation beta communities, you know, Discord and all that, you might know me as the guy who made the big Google Doc with all of the crap in it.
Fine. That really helps smooth out damage checks and things like that. It's actually a really desirable spec because there's so few of them in the game.
For sure.
Definitely not a bad thing. You know, I didn't have you on to talk about Hunter previously because of some scheduling issues at the very beginning when they released their trees. So I'm glad to do that. And then again, you guys can follow him on Twitch. He's also, I think you run the Hunter Discord, right? So if you guys if you guys go to the Hunter Discord, one of the better Discords out there for getting good information. So make sure to follow him there. All right, see you, man.
Okay, thanks you. Bye-bye.
Yep, bye. So Surge was going to be here for me today, but Word Up ended up being around. Word Up, who is Enhanced Shaman. How you doing, man?
Yo, I've had better weeks, but I'm doing a lot better now.
Yeah, I was asking if you were doing better. That's good, because I know if anyone was paying attention on Twitter or just like in the WoW community in general, that you had to step away for a bit and thought you might not be back for a while, but you are currently getting all that taken care of. So that's
yeah. It looks like I'll be there just in time.
All right, very, very good to hear. Very good to hear. All right, beautiful. Enhanced. This is a class I've played a lot. I've really enjoyed the design element of it. It's obviously the big nerf recently, but then also kind of like a double buff thing. Don't need to be super technical. Just, you know, how do you like Enhanced's design compared to before, and how do you think they will perform in Season 1?
Yeah, so like what Purge sent to you, because he's got the most recent details because he's been doing The Sims while I've been away. But design-wise, I think it's like the design is easily I'd say the best designed of like the new talent trees. It makes so much use out of the new design that I think it's. Pardon my French, is fucking amazing. problem is, I don't think any class really survives a 25% nerf. Any class that gets that, that's gonna hurt a lot, and it really did hurt Enhancement.
Okay.
But like the total design space, the customization, all of that, everything that's going on in it is really good. It is just a tuning issue.
Yeah, they did give them a flat 10% recently as well, but then they also fixed some bugs, which was like kind of like a nerf, but then they like double buff spenders or something like that. Like there's some weird stuff. I think it ended up being like some kind of like a 10% buff recently with all that stuff. So they like kind of went back a little bit halfway. I'm sure Surge knows a little bit more.
From what I understand of the nerfs, since I haven't really been able to play it, but like the mats and everything I've looked at, it's kind of a buff, but it's not not nearly enough of a buff as it looks. Because what they nerfed, those were actually really, really powerful bugs. Obviously, you don't want to rely on bugs, but that's a really bad amount of extra damage that you're just losing that counteracts the buff. Yeah, that's like ultimately a pretty dangerous performance issue. But that can be fixed with numbers, because the design doesn't need to be changed. Like everything on the tree, the placement, the pathing, like dead on.
Great. Okay, where do you have to rank it? Your guess.
I'd say like because the biggest problems ultimately come down to like not the best at its niche, which is like sustained AoE and low target. Other classes that do way better at max AoE are still beginners. So I think you could give it a B, mid to low B for both raids and Mythic Plus. For different reasons. Raids like Wind Fury Tome, end of the day, is good, and the classes that are good, they also like Wind Fury Tome. I know for a fact that they're going to Mythic Plus Wind Fury Tome's useless, but all of the minor utility that Shaman bring and like a lot of control and everything like that is insanely useful. It's great for locking it down. It's just the tuning is off. Like the gameplay 10 out of 10, like double S tier. It's just
I think that pretty much covered it. All right, I gotta kind of move, but I'm really glad that you are doing better, and the enhanced community definitely welcomes, and other years part of it, welcome you back, and hopefully you get all that taken care of before Dragon Ball.
Yeah, super happy. No problem. Have fun with the other ones.
Yep, thank you so much, man. Hello, Big X. How you doing?
Hello. Oh, it's me.
Hello, it is you. All right, so we are talking Mage. Let me get you on here. All specs of Mage. And you are at twitch.tv/Zyronic. Always have been. Perfect.
That's me. All right, quick mage stuff. Main character of WoW. All right, so real brass tacks. There's really similar things across all three specs. If you liked how the specs played in Shadowlands, they pretty much all play exactly the same way. So starting with Frost, still has Icy Propulsion, still has all the good stuff that it had in Shadowlands. There's a couple.
All right, calling Kalamazi. All right, all three specs of Warlock. Just the idea of like what Zyro did.
I got this because
Chat has such deep-rooted hatred for Warlock failures. It's down to their core.
I mean, Affliction Lock is giga busted in pre-patch, but that's Chaotic Motes and Soulflame, which is not a thing anymore, or it won't be a thing in Dragonflight. But I mean, yeah, Afflock's busted in pre-patch. Are you kidding me? But it's probably like low C, high D. Its single target is not as good as Destro or Demo. Its AoE just got nerfed, which is still okay. It's good in niche settings like Primal Council, like stacked, seed, cleave, and all that kind of stuff. But you don't really see that a whole lot. I mean, at times in Plus, but its single target is terrible. You choose either AoE or single target. There's not really a good hybrid build of either, so you're sort of limited in what you can do. It needs buffs, essentially. Destro got buffed considerably. Emo got buffed considerably. Aft didn't get anything at all, and they were all the same previously. So I'm hoping buffs come.
In that regard, I think the biggest problem sub at the moment has is like the other two specs, like
most of the people that pop into
you even like Monk's probably biggest advocate were playing different specs because you felt like you just didn't have the same value to the raid, right? The talent tree should fundamentally fix that problem, right? Because you should be able to talent.
With the additional talent points, Windwalk will probably eke up into that A- area for single
skills. It has Warpaint for 10% permanent DR pretty much. You have defensive stance as well. If you use that properly, that's really, really helpful. You have Impending Victory for self.
We're just going over like how Warrior is currently doing at the moment, but always appreciate our conversations. And if you guys want to follow him, it is Crit Cake EU, right? So it has 2 E's. I hope it looks weird. I just hope I didn't like spell that wrong. It's not like Crit Cake with a U on the end. That's correct for your stream?
No, that's right. Yeah, you
that
spelled it right there.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So you guys can follow him there for Warrior. DPS Warrior stuff, does a lot of Mythic Plus. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, bye-bye. Let's call Bolus real quick for Rat. Hey, Bolus, what's up?
Hello.
Okay, so general ideas of Ret going from last expansion to this one. Not insanely long, but also if you feel like you need to talk about something, that's fine. And then a general ranking of how you feel they're performing at the moment, and that's it.
Yeah, I was watching the rest of the classes, and I was like, let's see everyone going like, oh man, you know, my spec got so much cool stuff going into Dragonflight, like all these great changes, and I'm like, fuck. I'm just getting riled up, like thinking about how shit they've treated Red. It's,
oh no.
Yeah, there's like basically nothing positive I can say about it. Like all the design decisions and everything they've made has just been awful. There's yeah, the rotation doesn't feel fun to play. It's super bloated and stagnant. Your defensives and mobility are both like among the worst out of any melee. You don't bring anything like that's really valuable to a raid setting. I don't really see a reason why anyone would want to play Red.
Whew. The most scathing review of any class all day, so maybe something for Blizzard to look out for.
Yeah, they just really need like to rework it ASAP, as like in my opinion. I mean, maybe they think differently, but yeah,
I definitely think Ret was definitely one of the later Paladin was one of the later trees released and needed the most work for the most amount of time. And I just think they were just one of the few. I think most of the talent trees in this game are actually great, as you heard most of these people talking about them. And the gameplay is great. There were a few specs left behind that are kind of like looking forward to 10.1, unfortunately, because they just had to move on to the tuning part. And this Ret definitely seems like one of them for sure. That being said, you had an excellent note in your article about Ret that I'll paraphrase, which is that's not necessarily saying that Ret will be bad if it has not great design. A really great designed spec can not do good damage due to RNG lottery tuning. And then a really bad class, literally pressing one button ever, like the worst possible scenario, you could do top damage, right? Like it doesn't really mean that you're tuning.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about the tuning of Red currently?
I don't have a great grasp on what other classes' numbers are like for Raid. My impression was that Ret was quite good early on in the beta, and then it got some pretty massive nerfs, and there was like a bug fix where there's a consecration talent that was increasing all your holy damage by 10%. They got bug fixed after they nerfed it, so it's like kind of got over nerfed more than what they were intending originally. So my impression is still that it's like not above average for DPS, but if it does end up overtuned, you might still see people play Ret because damage is damage. But like, I don't think it's very likely to happen that it ends up being overtuned based on what I currently see. Maybe they buff it. But...
Yeah, sure. What is your opinion on their, like, if you had to put it anywhere, combining both of them?
Like in ranking?
Mm-hmm.
Swamp Ass.
You think Red's Swamp Ass?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, now at least no tier is alone by themselves. Wow, yeah, that is wild. All right, so
I mean, like you look at other specs. There's times where fucking like survival enhancement or whatever, they're actually good in raid, but Red's just never good in raid. There's like not a single tier since like Arathra was actually good.
Yeah, okay.
Like actually fought him.
Yeah. All right, well, I think that's about it. I need to move on to Shadow and Ellie, but thank you again for coming on, and probably talk again after the first raid is over, seeing how things are going. All right. Nice talking to you, man. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye. Hello.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, probably the person I've talked to maybe more than anyone else the last couple months leading up to this with how much has changed with Shadow Priest. So again, obviously I have to keep it somewhat brief. We've had much longer conversations. Not too much of that has changed since then. Perfect. Okay, what do you think?
All right, so hopefully not too long, but so just to start off, so Shadow is basically just an unfinished spec with too many ideas going on that just don't play off of each other or interact well, at all. It's kind of just plays like an amalgamation of every version of Priest since MoP, and it's basically chaos incarnate. Is how I would describe it. So S tier for sucks balls swamp ass.
What? Wait, I'm so confused. We just went all over the place.
So it's got a lot of issues. So just to talk about them briefly, I think Shadow was given, a new cooldown in Dragonflight with Dark Ascension. We also got a brand new filler spell with Mind Spike. Neither of these are fully fleshed out or like make sense with the spec. I think individually they could work, but they're just kind of unfinished blob buttons. And just kind of lacking identity with the spec. So it's really hard to kind of put it on a ranking system just because of that. It's just like, it's clear they weren't done with their ideas, which makes it really hard to kind of pinpoint where they want the spec to go in the future. And just in general, like nothing makes sense, a lot of negative synergy with things. And, the big thing I want to mention, they talked a lot in Blue Posts about Shadow Priest AoE. They attempted to fix Shadow Priest AoE. I would actually say they managed to kneecap its AoE before it even went live. It's actually harder to spread your dots as a Shadow Priest now, especially like Shadow Word Pain specifically in Dragonflight. They added some cool new AoE talents, but they literally nerfed them to the ground before the spec even went live. So we don't have a whole lot playing with it in AoE. There's like one talent that's making it somewhat passable in AoE right now. It's just a really horrible spot to be in personally. So yeah, talent placement's still rough. There's a ton of bugs that make it really hard to evaluate things still. Capstone talents are really bland and all kind of have the same damage pattern, which is really sad because I was really excited about them when they first got announced. And we still don't have any movement like displacement button, which is really sad. With all that said, I can talk about this for days, but to kind of keep it short, you know, the damage is fine. Like, you'll be able to bring Shadow to raids and keys and, you know, feel like you're contributing, and it's passable. My main points are that, you know, the gameplay state of the spec is just disappointing considering what it could have been. With that in mind, I would say swamp ass design, but C tier damage is kind of where we're at.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, this thing is purely about like the damage value part. So, yeah, definitely important to mention that. I also think something to keep in mind with Shadow, just for the whole expansion, is I think it's gonna be really hard for Blizzard to tune it because it's just a class that gives themselves PI and gives someone else PI at the same time. PI is very powerful, and it's going to be weird where Shadow Priest, you know, if they want to tune them properly, need to be on the lower end of damage because they're bringing that value. Or Blizzard could alternatively mess up and make them really strong single target on their own, and then they're just by far the best DPS you could bring to any encounter. This has been the design issue with PI for a long time. Definitely, I think design takes a big hit in this too, because like I wish I could show it actually. There's like an Icy Veins like 2-target rotation meme screenshot where it like shows like all the things that keep track of. It's like actually insane. It's like, what?
Don't make fun of my guide. Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, but there's so much going on, and that's why it's so hard, because if you give anyone the spec, they won't be able to figure it out. It just doesn't make sense. Like, on paper, you won't know like when to push what without looking at a sim, and that's just, it's a really sad spot to be in. Like, you want things to be intuitive. Like, you don't want to have to ask me or someone in the Discord like, hey, which talent is better, because it's literally just a numbers thing, right? So yeah, just disappointing. But yeah, to your point, Twins of the Sun Priestess is arguably the best raid utility button, you know, you can really bring. So it's like, it's hard to put it on a spectrum when something like that exists. You still have a lot of off healing. That's actually gotten significantly better in Dragonflight, so at least there's that. But yeah, it's going to be kind of a roller coaster of an expansion, is what it feels like.
All right, thank you for your time.
Yep,
always a pleasure talking. See ya. Okay, anyways, calling Petco.
So what do you want to know?
You play a bit of Ellie Shaman, yeah?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit? All right, cool. So basically, just a quick thought on the design of Ellie Shaman from where it was to where it is now, and then just a general idea on the power level rankings of the class.
Okay, I think design-wise, we are likely one of the best when it comes down to talent representation. Pure strength power, we were, I would say, mediocre previously, and since the buffs the past couple of days, we actually became pretty good, specifically for Mythic Plus. Outside of raw damage and raiding, we don't really bring anything else unless you count Windrush Totem. We don't have a raid utility, which makes us kind of weak, and we're unlikely to be seen in raiding, at least not in a competitive raiding, unless we do a lot more damage than we do right now, and I don't think that's going to be the case. So I'm already going to count us out for competitive raiding, but Mythic Plus is an interesting scene, I would say. We're looking a lot better, specifically our AoE damage, consistent damage. So I'm very happy how we're turning out. I think Blizzard, especially devs, have
Welcome back, everyone, to a brand new edition of the Best Solo Carry Champions. We will be covering 3 picks for every single role that are buffs to tanks, nerfs to jungle, and more nerfs to Ravenous Hydra are the focal points of 12.23. With the help... Welcome back, everyone, to a brand new... This guide will teach you the optimal settings and best possible add-ons you can use in Wrath of the Lich King. At Skillcapped, we've worked with not only the most experienced, but absolute highest rated Wrath of the Lich King players in the game to bring all this information to you, so you have the best possible setup. We will start with your game settings, and then we'll run you through the best add-ons right after that. We've also conveniently put together an add-on pack for you, which you can find on our Discord server, link in the description. Also, feel free to follow along with this guide in real time while you're logged into WoW. In doing this, Once you're done with the video, you'll literally have the exact same settings and add-ons the very best players use. And while that will help a ton, just having the very best setup won't get you all the way to Gladiator. You'll need to know how to play like the best as well, which is where Skill-Capped comes in. We've spent a lot of time making the best class guide courses with the world's best players, teaching you the most efficient ways to start hard carrying your games and climbing an arena. We're so confident we literally guarantee you'll climb at least 400 rating when actively using Skill-Capped, or you can claim a full refund, so be sure to check us out right after this. And with that said, let's get straight into Skill-Capped's guide on the best pro settings and must-have add-ons for Wrath of the Lich King Classic. First, go to System and then Graphics. Make sure you've enabled projected textures, and then set your particle density to at least be good. This is very important as it makes spells players use that interact with the environment much easier to play around. For example, without this setting, you'll have a really hard time knowing exactly where things like Frost Trap starts and ends. Next, move into Advanced Settings and adjust your UI scale. Players often have this way too high, leaving little space in their screen for other things like add-ons, which we'll cover later. Or players set this way too low, making it difficult to gather information from things such as their unit frames. We will optimize your UI scale later in this video, but for now, set your UI scale to a similar level to this. The next setting we'll be adjusting is sound. It's weirdly common for players to disable sound in WoW, which severely limits their awareness to vision alone, when there are plenty of important things you should be listening for. Go ahead and make sure you've enabled sound in the ambience setting. This will allow you to hear things like when interrupts are used or when a rogue appears close to you while in stealth. We do recommend disabling error speech though, as it's pretty annoying when you're spamming abilities. Next, go to Interface and Controls, then enable Sticky Targeting. This is great as it will prevent you from losing your target whenever you click on the ground, which happens a lot when you use your mouse for movement. Next, go to Combat, and here's a change that isn't a mandatory one, but it can provide important information when you're playing either as a rogue or against a rogue. If you enable floating combat text and combat state, you'll be notified each time you either enter or leave combat, which can really help you understand if you should be trying to avoid getting sapped, or if you're the rogue looking for re-stealths. Next, you want to make sure that you enable Target of Target. This gives you excellent intel for who the enemy is dealing damage to. Then you should disable the Focus Cast key and the Self Cast key. These settings can interfere with how you bind your spells. And lastly, make sure to enable Auto Self Cast. This is a nice quality of life change that makes it easy for you to cast spells on yourself without the need to self-target each time or create specific macros. For example, without enabling this setting, casting Blessing of Freedom on yourself while targeting an enemy wouldn't be possible. You'd need to self-target or use a macro instead. Moving on, go to Display and set status text to both. This allows you to tell how geared a player is by seeing their HP, while also letting you see what percentage their health is on, which is great for classes that have an execute ability. Next up, let's change some settings for our action bars. Start by enabling all action bars and then disabling the setting to show numbers for cooldowns. You don't need to enable this because we'll use an add-on for this instead, which is better, which we'll show in the add-on section. Next, in the name settings, you want to enable always show nameplates and then make sure you have both enemy units and minions enabled, as without Without these, enemy nameplates would not be visible. You can also enable friendly players here, which we recommend for healers. As a DPS, you tend to rely on markers to see where teammates are rather than nameplates. We then have a choice to make between overlapping and stacking nameplates. We generally recommend using overlapping nameplates as it better indicates the exact position of enemy players. However, if you're a player who relies on clicking nameplates to target, feel free to swap to stacking nameplates as it does make it easier to single out specific nameplates for clicking. Another setting you want to change here is to set your camera following style to never. This will allow you to reposition your camera to adjust your field of view while moving your character. This allows you to smoothly move in one direction while looking in another without the game reverting your camera camera for you when you stop controlling your camera. And while you're here, do make sure you increase the max camera distance so you have the ability to zoom out further as needed. A nice quality of life improvement can then be found in features where you should enable both Use Equipment Manager and Preview Talent changes to allow for quick switching between gear sets, and to avoid unnecessary respecs if you accidentally select the wrong talents when choosing your build. Alright, now for the final setting you want to adjust, which is within your raid profiles. Make sure you enable raid style party frames, as this makes it way easier to see your teammates' health, mana, buffs, and debuffs. Then you want to enable power bars, class colors, pets, and show debuffs. Disable everything else for a nice clean look, alongside adjusting the height and width to maximum. And there you have it. You now have what is widely agreed upon as the very best settings you can possibly have. Congratulations! But we're only halfway there, as we still need to set up your add-ons. Add-ons have become more and more impactful in Arena as time has passed. So although we're going back in time to Wrath of the Whenever we make our easy classes tier lists, there seems to be Life Bloom Up and Refresh Cenarian Ward with Swiftmen. You're already doing 50% of the work required to win most of your games with just 3 buttons. Easy, right? On the flip side, you could have your healing rotation on full autopilot while stunning multiple targets and dishing out the most badass, well-timed montage-style Cyclones World of Warcraft Arena has ever seen. In Arena, this is a bit more difficult to do well, since this playstyle can be easily punished and generally requires a bit more game knowledge. So when we were saying something is easy, we're referring more to the skill floor required to do well in Arena. And remember, some things might be in the description below. Anyway, let's kick things off with our suggestions for easy melee in Dragonflight. 2 of these probably won't come as a surprise. First up, Demon Hunter. Ever since its inception, DH also has some of the pending victory in Shadowlands. This should give the spec a more fluid feel to it without Metropolis. When you combine this with the strong. For a while, Feral has been a spec with a lot. Consider Assassination to be the easiest rogue spec. It still has a bit of maintenance in its rotation in order to strictly player learning how to correctly adopt its hit and run to make full use out of their utility to do well in team environments. In Dragonflight, Shamans as a whole will develop slightly more complexity now that Thunderstorm and Lightning Lasso are now baseline. Split up Marks and BM, but now enough of their utility is their rotation is tangibly more complicated, especially in Dragonflight, where their all bleeds to deal their total damage instantly, be min-maxed. With melee DPS out of the way, let's see how the ranged classes compare. Our first easy representative is Hunter. In the past, we tended to split up Marks and BM, but now enough of their utility is shared that the differences between both specs mostly come down to rotation. One of the things people tend to point to when it comes to Hunter is their role as a setup-based class. But with Intimidation and Scatter both being baseline, the ability to set up CC has never been easier for the class as a whole, especially with Freezing Trap arming instantly. In general though, what tends to make Hunters feel easier compared to other ranged DPS is the simple fact that a lot of their damage can be done on the run. Of course, aimed shot has a cast time, but unlike other critical damaging abilities, it cannot be interrupted, which is one less major game mechanic to deal with. The only other ranged DPS that could be considered easy is Demo Warlock. Naturally, being a pet-based spec has a unique advantage by transferring some of the burden of dealing damage onto an NPC, or in the case of Demonology, several NPCs. Naturally, there are going to be people in the comments right now saying how demo damage can be heavily min-maxed, which is a fair criticism, but a lot of their damage is intrinsically tied to one ability, Dogs. Not only is Call Dreadstalker's instant, but they also feed Demo Warlock's instant cast damage with Demon Bolt. What this means is with a single button press, Demo is able to generate sustained NPC damage instantly while having burst later on. And like many of the specs we will mention, Demo has the luxury of having a major damaging ability on dual spell schools, allowing them to soak interrupts with Fear, which is on the Shadow school, in order to cast Hand of Gul'dan, which is both Shadow and Fire. Taken together, despite having lots of room for min-maxing, Demo is a convenient way of learning how to play ranged DPS. Just like before, now it's time to introduce difficult ranged DPS, starting with the newest addition to ranged DPS, Devastation Evoker. Before going into their mechanics, there is obviously a massive difficulty curve for learning an entirely new class, multiple different pieces of information. In any case, out of all the hybrid DPS in WoW, Shadow Priest often feels like it is required to play the support role more than anyone else, which is why it can be difficult to pick up for newer players in Arena. And to wrap up ranged DPS, let's quickly cover everything in the middle of both extremes and move on to moderate difficulty. First, we have both Affliction and Destro Warlock. While there have been some quality and Boomkin are more damage focused, if the class becomes a true wizard, then their playstyle might be a bit more approachable Holy Paladin. In the past, one of the things that made a healer difficult was how much it needed to hard cast. But these days, nearly every healer has an abundance of instant cast options that circumvent the need to cast, and Holy Paladin is a prime example. Rotationally, Holy Paladin hasn't changed much from Shadowlands, relying heavily on staggering instant cast builders like Holy Shock with their instant cast spender Word of Glory. Of course, there is often hard casting sprinkled in, but the majority of its rotation is still instant. Not only that, but Holy Paladins received some new tech in Dragonflight, picking up Aura of Reckoning. This, along with Awakening, means that Holy now has 2 ways to proc their biggest healing cooldown, which means minimizing errors with one of their key abilities. If that wasn't enough, Lay on Hands is now usable in Arena, giving Holy Paladins 1 more defensive CD as an insurance policy for falling behind. Next up, both Disc and Holy fit the second and third slot for easiest healer. We anticipate that Disc will be more meta relevant, so let's discuss it first. Without a doubt, there is one spell that has really helped redefine Disc in recent years, Radiance. This spell alone offers an instant recovery tool once things go south, playing an almost identical role as Holy Priest Serenity. As a beginner, you don't have to carefully min-max atonement healing nearly as much with a spell designed to quickly top someone's HP. In Dragonflight, both Healing Priest specs have now picked up Void Shift, which for Discipline gives them 1 more massively strong cooldown to rotate. Of course, there is a skill curve for offensive play for both Priest specs, but as far as the healing side is concerned, Dragonflight is a good opportunity to pick up Priest in this field. With the easy healers sorted, let's move on to what might be the hardest healers in Season 1. First up, we have Resto Shaman. There is one key point of separation between Shaman and other healers, and it's the fact that their cooldowns are just much weaker. Earth and Wall, Healing Tide, Ascendance, and Spirit Link might seem collectively strong, but individually, they don't really compare to something like Dome from the Disc Priest. This, combined with their relatively weak healing output, forces Resto Shamans to play more around an offensive toolkit and disruption rather than relying on healing alone. In Dragonflight, they will gain access to both Thunderstorm and Lightning Lasso, which of course will help your teams, but mean Resto Shamans will have no binds to counter. So, since Resto Shamans are so reliant on their offensive play more than anything else, and because their cooldowns are overall weaker, they earn the spot as a more difficult healer to pick up. Joining Resto will be Preservation Evokers. As we mentioned with their DPS spec, one of the inherent difficulties of learning this class will simply be limited range, with most of its healing toolkit having a maximum of 30 yards. This, along with the fact that it has skill shot abilities, means that the mechanics of healing as an evoker are unlike any other spec in WoW. Another particular challenge when playing evoker is how they use their cooldowns. Most healer defensives like
Okay, so you may have seen the recent nerfs that Havoc Demon Hunters got. Actually, both specs of Demon Hunter got it, Vengeance and Havoc. So the one you're probably worried about the most is Fodder to the Flame's trigger rate no longer scales with haste. I knew something was different with Fodder to the Flame in Dragonlands, Dragon City, Dragon Town, because it definitely felt different, right? It was proccing way more than it ever did in Shadowlands. We were getting it like every 30 seconds almost. We had it for every pull, pretty much every demonic window. We had the Demon Soul buff, and it was pretty insane. But we couldn't figure out why it felt different. We looked into the spell data. Everything looked to be the same as it did back in Shadowlands. But here, we are learning now that it was scaling with haste. And that does make a lot of sense because, you know, we had a lot of haste towards the end of Shadowlands. And yeah, even still, in the early, like the first week of Dragonflight, when we were using fodder, even when we had like 10% haste, it was still proccing quite a bit. So yeah, we learned that they have nerfed it now. It's no longer scaling with haste. So I did some testing. Maybe I'll put in some footage. But basically, it's still proccing about once every minute. Okay, 50, about a minute. Oh, I just got one in 20 seconds. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, 1:10. I've had the demon proc anywhere between like 30 seconds and 1:10. So it's still pretty substantial. It's still good. It's not like we're waiting around for 2 minutes now to get a demon. You're still likely going to get one, you know, kind of when you need it. But hopefully it's still, you know, in a place where it's going to be useful for us. I think it will be, because there's no way that in single target, running Elysian Decree will be better than Fodder to the Flame. There's no way. Because Elysian Decree is really only good in AoE, and even still, it's a lot of upfront damage, whereas with Fodder, you can line it up with your other kind of damage amps, right? You can line up the Demon Soul with your initiative window, your momentum, everything else. By the way, don't ask me questions about this build. This is not the meta build. This is not the new BIS build. I'm just doing this for testing purposes. Pay no attention to this. So, with that in mind, I have made a new Fodder to the Flame weak aura. You may have seen my previous one that played the ayaya sound, and I had a lot of complaints about it because people weren't necessarily clear on how to install it. There were some issues because you had to download a separate folder with a file in it, and then, you know, install that file somewhere specific. So I've made a brand new one. This is updated for Dragonflight, and it's very simple. Basically, it just plays a sound native to weak auras, so you'll have the sound set up already. You don't have to install anything extra, and it also gives you a Demon Soul tracker. So let's see if I can... Oh, look, right away we got a Demon Soul. So you saw when it spawned, it played the ka-ching sound. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the ka-ching sound from the Cache of Acquired Treasures weak aura that I had back in Shadowlands. So that sound triggers when a demon spawns. And then when you kill the demon, pick up the Demon Soul, you get this little display here. And this is just going to go from right to left, and it shows you the duration on your Demon Soul buff. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's simple, easy to use. If you ever want to change things for yourself, you can go to the Fodder alert and
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to another video, and today we have a tier list on all of the DPS going into Dragonflight. Okay, this is based on my personal experience from playing a buttload of beta. As a healer primarily, I did play some of these DPS here and there, but just kind of from my perspective, what has been performing well. I pretty much have insight on every single one at this point. Some of them maybe a little bit less than others, but just kind of what I've seen, and this seems like a general consensus based on a lot of, you know, other streamers and other people making tier lists. So just want to provide you guys my opinion and my input on this same topic. So let's get right into it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and let's get to it. Make sure you like and subscribe if you like this short content, and let's get to this. So Frosty K, I could argue this is either a high B or a low A tier. Okay, it still has incredible damage. I know you guys are. Moving on to next, we got the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is a no-brainer S tier. I don't think anyone has any questions about this. Please nerf this class. That's about it. It's the best healing, best damage, sustained damage, kills everything. It's a nightmare to play against. I know you guys are pretty shocked about that one. Balance, I'm gonna put it at a low B tier. I think some compositions are gonna, and it can do a lot of damage, but they kind of suffer in Soul Shuffle. That's why I'll probably put it on a B. If this was a 2v2 Vegas playing Fire Mage, and he was actually doing in like a, if the meta, it's just not as good as these two other hunter specs. He still has the opportunity to trap and do all sorts of, because of that, so they kind of suffer in Soul Shuffle. That's why I'll probably put it on a B. If this was a 2v2 tier list, they're borderline S. They'd be high A, borderline S tier, I think. But because of that reason, I'm actually gonna put them a little higher. They were crunching, man. Some of these DHs or survival hunters. I keep saying DH, man. I hate them so much. Marksman, we're gonna put it at the C tier. C tier, it's just not as good as these two other hunter specs. He still has the opportunity to trap and do all sorts of things like that, but I do not think it's on the same level as those other guys. Arcane Mage, I'm gonna argue at a high A tier or low A tier. Probably better than Devastation, just because of the opportunity to be able to CC. Better than a Devastation. Again, I think, you know, if the meta stays super fast and just zuggy, you know, Arcane won't be as good. I think Devastation will do better, but especially in 2s and in coordinated 3s, I think Arcane Mage is going to do pretty well. We'll see how that turns out. Fire Mage, dude, like, I think overall we'll go with a D. I think overall it's just going to be it can do healing, but with the dampening, Retribution Paladin, I'm going to put that at a B tier as well. Probably below Booming or above Booming. Kind of in a similar boat to Shadowlands. Can do a lot of crazy burst, but it can do healing. But with the dampening being up really high in Solo Shuffle and like some of these other comps, you know, you lose a little bit of value of the Ret Paladin, because, you know, a big benefit of it in Shadowlands is that it can do a lot of healing on top of everything else. So it kind of, you know, makes up for like the lack of, you know, getting lack of high sustain. Still can one-shot you though, for sure, with Divine Toll. Shadow Priest, I am gonna put Shadow Priest at a in organized combat, that sounds fucking nerdy as hell. In organized games like 3v3, I think there's an argument for Shadow Priest being an S tier class. The dots actually do damage now, and you still have all those crazy CCs, especially in Solo Shuffle. But you know, we're gonna put it as a high. We're gonna put it as a high A tier here. I think that's fair. You know, the same thing is kind of Asa Rogue. I'm gonna put Asa Rogue. I'm gonna put it. Dude, I don't even know if it's an A tier, man. I'm gonna put it as a. I'll put it as a low A tier, because I think I'm gonna put the other ones down here. I think it's low A tier. I think the thing that's gonna, you know, keep it boosted up is obviously Kidney Shot, and then just having an MS 2 best mate. Like, they just don't, like, their biggest strength was having the. We're gonna keep it. Ellie Shaman, I'm definitely gonna put that as an A tier, man. Ellie Shaman, they got some recent buffs, man. But in between the DKs, they got some recent buffs to Lava Burst, like 20% or something like that, to Flame Shock and Lava Burst, and they're actually juicing right now. I got hit by one Lava Burst, one cast. It overloaded a total of 5 hits, so 4 times overload. They were all 45k. You know, that's almost 200k damage in one button. That's an enormous amount of damage. And, you know, all the modifiers and stuff going in. And even Earthshock. Earthshock was hitting almost 200k. Ellie Blast is still hitting up there. I think Ellie's definitely going to be a solid pick. I'm going to put Turbo or Enhance at a bottom, at a pretty low B tier here. The only reason I put it above like a Windwalker Outlaw Rogue scenario is that you could still one-shot people with like Ellie Blast and like catch people off guard and pop them. Comp scenario, you know, if you think about competition, it's going to be kind of the same boat as Shadowlands. Every other expansion seems like they're pretty much just going to play with heavy warriors, superior warriors. Maybe you can play with like a Rogue and Asa Rogue randomly, or even maybe a DH. I don't know. But the dampening is like same story as Red. Dampening is going to hurt them a bit because you're not able to, you know, keep yourself up with all those offloads and these guys are fast. They excelled by taking Enhance because they're able to keep themselves up. No brainer, Half-Lock S tier. You know, we're just gonna go right there. We'll put those bad boys together here. Demo is arguably better than Half-Lock in some comps too. Demo is extremely hard to heal into. When they get there, if you let them cast, like especially during Nether Portal, which is like an ability that we weren't really taking in the past, but now they are. It's a 3-minute cooldown where they just crank pets. It is enormous damage, and then still having, you know, coil, fear, stun, double axe toss stun. It's a lot. Like it is really difficult. I think Shadow Play is going to be a very phenomenal comp. Demo DK as well. I think those are going to be 2 S tier combinations going to be Dragonflight, so I think for that reason I keep it up there. Half-Lock damage, those nerfs meant nothing, man. I thought they would. They are still juicy. So definitely still an S tier, and they still have a lot of healing. Destro Lock, we're going to put it as a high B tier. It's still a Warlock, still have a lot of healing, survivability. Still have pretty good damage, but it's just not there with some of these other classes. I don't think it's on par with some of these other classes above it. Arms Warrior, I'm gonna put it down here as D tier, man. Arms Warrior is just not there, man. They die. The biggest thing is they die. Damage is okay, just still not better than Fury. Fury has a better MS, better healing, better damage overall. So, and then, dude, most of these warriors I come into contact with right now, they just think it's kind of sad. Coming from like such a dominant class in the middle of Shadowlands at least. Fury Warrior, I feel like I'm gonna put it at a high B tier, potentially argue a low A. I think because of the dampening changes, especially in solo shuffle, you might see Fury Warriors do pretty well, and same with twos with dampening and ramping faster. I think Fury Warrior is definitely gonna be up there, but I think overall it's probably middle of the pack spec. I think DK and DH are clearly better than them. It's like makes me want to question Acer Rogue too. We'll leave it. We'll just stick with what we had there. Is there any other DPS I'm missing here? No, there's not. Okay, so that is actually all the classes. That's good. 13 minutes. It's actually not too bad. I wanted to keep this quick and short to the spot. In case you guys were wondering about something, what classes to pick up for yourself. So that's about it. That's kind of my quick input on it. Feel free to disagree or add in any of your input that you guys think. But I think this is a pretty accurate. There's probably some outliers here and there, and then definitely some maybe 2s and 3s. It might vary a little bit, but overall I think these are pretty good picks. As for the healers, you guys saw my previous video. If you guys are interested in that, dude, Evoker is just above everybody. It's just not even close right now with all these dampening changes. So if you were interested in my update on that. But that's all we got for today. Hope you guys enjoy, and leave a comment if you guys have any questions about any of these classes, or you want to add in your opinion. And that's about it. Thank you for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
Hope everyone had a smooth Dragonflight launch. It is Wednesday, November 30th. It is 10:21 p.m. and I still am not level 70 yet. I've gotten just so many whispers of people asking me, whether it's on Discord or Battle.net or even just running into people in like Stormwind and asking, hey man, what's the guide for me out? Like, monthly content, but where's the guide? And you know what? I did not really have time to level yet, but I did play a ton of beta, so we're gonna get into what that looks like right now. We pop a nice little Void Tendrils into our Mind Games. Oh no, he kicked me while he's silenced. They can apparently do that, but here we go. Void Volley, this is our time to shine. I'm gonna kill this guy. Desperate Prayer, Damnation, Cloaks. I still have Disperse here. Picked his kick. I can fear him off me too. I'm gonna dot him up. Mind Games, no kick. I still have Disperse too. Get fucked. Okay. Anyways, we are gonna do a quick little breakdown. Whether you've played Shadow Priest before on the beta, or whether you're playing it for the first time, you're debating, what does Shadow Priest look like at the end game. We're gonna show you what some geared arena looks like on the beta, and then I will also talk about the two builds that I think are fun for Shadow Priest, and give you a little toolkit just to mess around with, get some gear, and check out how to do the most damage. So if you played Mythic Plus at all last season, you had the Prism Mindbender Legendary. I don't even remember what it was called at this point, but you never really used this in Arena before because you would have to sacrifice Damnation, which straight up was not worth it, and now you're able to get both, which is going to make it a lot more playable in Arena, and you're actually going to have a really high uptime on the Mindbender as well, because now we're going to have this Death Speaker proc, which is going to give you more instant death procs, which will reset the cooldown ultimately. You can also mess around with some of these other talents over here. If the Shadow of Death fails to kill a target below 20%, the cooldown is reset. That's a very powerful, I think it was like a Torghast thing. Then we also have a PvP talent called Eternal Rest, which reduces the cooldown of death by 12 seconds. This is fun too. There's a lot of room to experiment with these talents, but I found that this build is going to be the highest DPS output. So the basic goal, keep that Mindbender up as much as possible. The second you press Mindbender, your next global should be Shadow or Death, followed by as many Mind Blasts as you can. So to make this process go as smoothly as possible, you're going to want to have all the enemy targets dotted that you want to attack. So we'll dot all these guys. I'm going to put the healer on focus. Now I'm going to pop Power Infusion into a Dark Ascension, to a Mindbender, Death, and then dump Mind Blast out. When Mind Blast is on cooldown, I'll use my Insanity. Between then, I'm just going to Mind Spike as many times as I can. The second Death is back up, I'm going to press Death, and then Mind Blast, and then keep my dots up. Another Mind Blast proc. Just going to dump another Mind Spike. Boom. Using a lot of damage here. Keeping my DPs up, Mindbender's still out. Boom, that's a pretty long, like, DPS rotation. You're not going to do that in Arena. You're not going to keep it up that long, I would say. But it is going to be really high burst. It might not be your top damage in the overall details of everything. It certainly could be. But in Arena, this is going to be just fully burst. I mean, 100-0 healers, 100-0 DPS. And being able to cast what is going to make this build this looks like the key takeaway there is that every global you press or after your Mindbender rather should be prioritizing keeping your Mindbender active. You want to hit that Death off cooldown, hit that Mind Blast proc off cooldown, make sure you're dotted up, ready to go, and then, you know, throw your CC out, you know, somewhere in between. As soon as you have that damage rolling, then send the CC. Don't CC and then press all of your damage cooldowns, because it is kind of clunky and you have to be a little bit patient with it. You don't want to CC them before you're actually bursting. So I would wait to, you know, put that Mindbender out, press that Death, and then, you know, maybe the Mind Blast, and then do the CC, and then dump all of your damage and, you know, keep it chained up. Make sure that no one's getting a chance to react to the healer side. Yeah, so that's one way to play. We're going to check out what that looks like in Arena, and we'll go over the other talents if you don't want to play Dark Ascension or Mindbender afterwards. Alright, here we go. We're on the beta, so everyone here is going to be equal gear. We've got 387k health pool players. This is no world PvP in the environment. We're going to play with the Shadow Element is all about. So I'm playing with a mage, which means that I'm going to feel pretty comfortable playing with the mage. Is going to if not one hero, I'm going to stack up really closely to the healer here so that I'm ready to CC when the time is right, and we'll go over the DPS rotation here. So the first thing I'm going to do, Power Infusion, is just going to make all of your globals so much faster. It's going to make everything so much easier to do. So Power Infusion, I'm going to cast Dark Ascension. My next global is going to be Mindbender into a Shadow of Death. So 1, 2, 3, and then after that, I'm going to Mind Blast. So 1, 2, 3, 4 as many times as you can. Whatever lights up first, press it. So I actually dumped a Mind Spike rock somewhere in here. So my Mind Blast is very one Mind Blast. This is AoE. Now I'm going to dump my Insanity. Mind Blast. Right here, this would have been collaborate them both. But looks like I'm gonna mess up here. I'm focused on CCing, and you know, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. But here we go. I CC. I should have Shadow Death of Rogue right here. It did. It's gonna reset the cooldown because he did not die from it, so he's gonna be able to control the health pool player. Here we go. We're on the beta, so everyone here is gonna be equal gear. We've got 387k health pool players. This is no world PvP in the environment. We're gonna show you what the Shadow Ownage is all about. So I'm playing with a mage, which means that I'm going to feel pretty comfortable playing this build. I know that the mage is going to soak up at least, if not a lot of the interrupts, I'm going to be able to control them enough to the point where I'm going to be able to get this damage off. So I'm going to stack up really closely. Power Infusion is just going to make all of your globals so much faster. It's going to make everything so much easier to do. So Power Infusion, I'm going to cast Dark Ascension. My next global is going to be Mindbender into a Shadow or Death. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. And then after that, I'm going to Mind Blast. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to hit 4 as many times as we can. Whatever lights up first. So I actually dumped a Mind Spike proc somewhere in between. That's going to give me a stack of the Mind Melt up here. So my Mind Blast can be very fast. There's one Mind Blast. Here's another one. That's 2. And this is AoE hitting all these guys over here. So keep that in mind. Now I'm going to dump my Insanity between the Mind Blast cooldown and dump Insanity and use my instant Mind Spike procs. Right here, I should have instantly used my Shadow Word Death proc. This would have just been kind of leverage on both. Focus on two things. Guess what? It's still time to go healer because I still have that ready to build target. So I'm gonna find the healer, massive hit onto him, use that Shadow Word Death, and then ultimately swap back to the rogue, continually extending my I mean, look at that, 51k DPS, and I really messed up my DPS. So definitely, you know, you could always do better, but even if you do it remotely right, you're gonna deal a ton of damage. And we'll take a look at the details here. You can see Inescapable Torment is number 1, and it won't always be that way. Certainly if they're not stacked, you're not going to see it be number 1, but if you're doing that alone to someone who's defenseless and oh man, they're in trouble and they're going to have to use a cooldown. So you are a threat as a Shadow Priest now. Just remember that people should be scared of you. The beauty of this spec is also that no one is exempt from your damage. You know, someone uses the cooldown or they line of sight, you can easily instantly transfer the damage to someone else. So check it out. The LA Shaman's gonna wall and run behind the pillar. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna just say, hey, I'm gonna drop this move or not. Oh, 95k right to the dome. And while he's retreating, I'm gonna shoot out another Mind Blast and just blast him completely. I hit him for 70k. Take a look at that again. I'm in the Shaman. There he is. Mindbender on him. Do the classic death right afterwards. Oh, he's line of sighting. Time to take advantage of the next person here. Beginning of the game, you know, just ending right away with some big hits. They don't expect it. You can really just totally hit people with this stuff. We'll take a look at some more fun games. Like I said, if you're not able to do that, this spec might be difficult. Rotate between Shadowcraft and Damnation. And then you guys know the Pokemon in this game. So we're going up against PSG. These guys already had shit on me the previous round before, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to change my talents. So first global, we're going to Void Form into a Shadow Fiend, into a Void Bolt, but really, instead of, I should have Shadow Fiended before I Void Form, and then I should have just pressed Void Bolt instantly afterwards. And now look at my position, I'm kind of getting trolled. I didn't play Second Floor, so I didn't know what I'm doing with this guy. Anyways, probably here, but it looks like you're going to have one. But forget about Nullifying Shroud. Definitely going to make some weak arts for that. Back on track here, though, DPS rotation. Really crucial to use Void Bolt off. Void Bolt off cooldown, dump your Insanity, and use whatever glow you want to use up. So that might be a Shadow Death proc, it might be a Mind Spike, it might be a Mind Blast proc. Typically, if you have, you know, Mind Spike procs, you're going to want to dump those to get rid of those Mind Blast faster. Crit chance with Mind Blast. Other than that, yeah, man, kite around, rotate that back out, rotate some Damnation. Make sure you're using the purpose of this play. So, you can see I'm getting completely railed by Joe Sanders. And just kind of gangbanging me here. Dark Bang, run away as much as I can. Grab a little here, just a panic here. Eager, shoot a Shadowcraft, kind of kite them in the field, run away. Definitely good to drop those Void Tendrils on this army as well. If I did have army, or if I did have Void Tendrils, I would have been flush time to use it. Again, just keeping the dot time up. Haven't got a Mind Games off. I can kind of see why the Mindbender build would be bad here, because I would essentially get that Mindbender out, get the first death off, and then after that point, I would have no chance of doing that. I would never have to you got Reflect, you got EMP, 2K, Death Drift, Headstone, whatever you're talking about here, there's looking at really copycat like this. beta, so I'm still getting used to everything, and haven't played this build a lot, but definitely experimenting with it. I find that this is a lot more effective than the Mindbender spec when you're getting trained with absolutely no hope of casting. So if I had another caster on my team, it might be a different story, but for now I'm playing with 2 paladins, which is not really going to enable me a whole lot. Even if I get popped, I can still get interrupted by the DK. So the Evoker also has a kick. That's something to be aware of. Definitely be careful about that. Continually kiting around, you know. Alright, the beauty of this spec is also that no one is exempt from your damage. You know, someone uses a cooldown or they line of sight, you can easily, instantly transfer the damage to someone else. So check it out. The LA Shaman's going to run behind the pillar. What am I going to do? I'm going to just say, hey, I'm going to dot this Mistweaver or not Mistweaver, Evoker. They kind of look the same, my bad. Evoker, I'm going to dot him and throw out a Mind Games, and then boom, 95k right to the dome. And while he's retreating, I'm going to shoot out another Mind Blast and just clap him completely. I hit him for like 170k there, so we can take a look at that again. I'm hitting the Shaman, there he is, Mindbender on him, do the classic death right afterwards. Oh, he's line of sighting, time to take advantage of the next person here. Beginning of the game, you know, just end it right away with some big hits. They don't expect it. You can really just totally end people with this spec. We'll take a look at some Void Form games as well, because like I said, if you're not able to free cast, this spec might be difficult and it might not be rewarding. So let's check out some Void Form games. Alright guys, here's a quick look at the Void Form talents, and just to talk about why this is going to be better than the Mindbender build. If you're facing a comp that you know is just going to oppress you and prevent you from casting, we're going to make a very caster friendly build. So we're going to have well, I would say anti-caster. You're not really going to have to cast. So you're going to take Damnation, improve Damnation. You're going to go into this Echoing Void thing. Again, the Shadow Word Death proc is nice. Shadow Crash is a must. Unfurling Darkness is a must. You're going to rotate between Shadow Crash and Damnation to keep your dots up. And we'll just take a peek at what goes on during this game. So we're going up against TSG. These guys already had shit on me the previous map before, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to change my talents. So first global, we're going to Void Form into a Shadow Fiend, into a Void Bolt, but really, instead of, I should have Shadow Fiended before I Void Form, and then I should have just pressed Void Bolt afterwards. And now look at my position, I'm trying to get him controlled. I didn't play Psychic Flare, so I don't even know what I'm going towards this guy for. Anyways, probably a Fear, but it looks like he's going to have that annoying debuff that I forget about. Nullifying Shroud, definitely going to make some big noise for that. Back on track here, though, DPS rotation, really, really crucial to use Void Bolt off cooldown. Void Bolt off cooldown, dump your Insanity, and use whatever glowy button lights up. So that might be a Shadow Word Death proc, it might be a Mind Spike, might be a Mind Blast proc. Typically, if you have Mind Spike procs, you're going to want to dump those first just to get a little bit of your Mind Melt stacks going, increase that crit chance of your Mind Blast. Other than that, yeah, man, kite around, rotate that Shadow Crash, rotate that Damnation. Make sure you're able to maintain a high dot uptime. That is the purpose of this build, is to keep your dots up. So you can see I'm getting completely railed by Joe Fernandez and Mez. They're just kind of gangbanging me here in the Dark Badge, and I'm just trying to run away as much as I can. Throw out a little Fear, just a Panic Fear. Negative HP here, so we're going to use a Life Swap on one of the Paladins. Shoot a Shadow Crash, kind of kite them into it, run away. Definitely good to drop those Void Tendrils on this Army of the Dead as well. If I did have an army, or if I did have Void Tendrils, that would have been a clutch time to use it. Again, just keeping the dot time up. Haven't got a Mind Games off, and you can kind of see why the Mindbender build would be bad here, because I would essentially get that Mindbender out, get the first death off, and then after that point, I would have no chance of doing anything. Like, I would never cast a Mind Blast. You got Reflect, you've got AMS, you've got AMZ, 2 kicks, Death Grip, Pet Stun, whatever the fuck an Evoker can do. There's just, it's really hard to cast against comps like this, and I think as a Shadow Priest, we're actually more equipped to deal with getting trained than other classes. You're just going to have to modify your talents a little bit. And as you can see on the DPS meters, I'm not getting out damaged entirely. Like, yeah, the DK is doing a little bit more than me. My Paladin is doing more than me. That's fine. You're getting trained. You have an excuse. But I am doing noticeably more damage than the Warrior. And over the course of this game, if I'm able to Void Bolt off cooldown, which I'm really doing a bad job of, but please learn, learn from what is it? Do as I say, not as I do. Like, definitely Void Bolt off cooldown to optimize that rotation. There's definitely a lot of times here where I'm like fake casting Mind Games, I'm going for CC, and I'm not pressing the Void Bolt. Looks like I shoot the Void Bolt off about 8 seconds after it's already been off cooldown. So definitely good to learn from your mistakes. And again, this is beta, so I'm still getting used to everything and Haven't played this build a lot, but definitely experimenting with it. I find that this is a lot more effective than the Mindbender spec when you're getting trained with absolutely no hope of casting. So if I had another caster on my team, it might be a different story, but for now I'm playing with 2 paladins, which is not really going to enable me a whole lot. Even if I get bopped, I can still get interrupted by the DK. So the Evoker also has a kick. That's something to be aware of. Definitely be careful about that. Continually kiting around, you know, fading off of the cooldown, keeping your dots up, rotate the Shadow Crash, Damnation, do whatever you can to live. A little bit of shield sprint, a little bit of a fade. Gonna get distance here, cast up Mind Games into a Shadow or Death, and boom, they finally die. Now look at the damage. I ended top damage. It wasn't pretty, you know, that didn't look fun. I wouldn't want to play that game again, but this is just what you got to do. You know, you got to adapt when you're getting trained. You got to change your talents around, and I found these talents to be pretty effective. Alright, hopefully that little 10-minute video primer on how to deal the most fucked up damage on Shadow Priest will help you out in the future. If you're new to the channel, drop a like, subscribe. All of that YouTube stuff is really helpful, I find, for the algorithm. And definitely spread the Shadow love to your friends if they're interested. Send them my way. Also, drop a comment. Let me know what you want to see next. If you have any questions or cool builds you want to talk about, you can join the Discord. I'll link that in the description. I'm very active in there. I do check my phone at least once a day. If anyone has any questions, you can always feel free to ask me in the chat or DM me. I'm a very helpful person, I would say, so don't feel shy to reach out in that regard. We'll see you soon. I'll be doing some streams probably this upcoming weekend, and yeah, we'll take it from there. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this was helpful for somebody.
Bitch.
What's up, guys? It's me, Coach Mills, and today we're going to be breaking down the new Overwatch Season 2 tier list with a lot of the changes, community perception, streamers and pros trying out the new characters, and all the buffs and nerfs live. We can tell you exactly what characters are going to be the most dominant or the weakest this meta, so you're going to want to stay tuned. But I really want to say a special thank you to each and every one of you for supporting my channel. Some of you already know, but a couple of days ago I got fired from my full-time job. But the fact is, I am going to be okay because of y'all. When I started making content about 2 months ago, I never thought we would get this far, and now we're over 40,000 subscribers. So I just want to take this time to thank y'all. I really, really appreciate it. Whether you're someone that has been part of my channel for a while, or this is the first time seeing my video, I just want to thank y'all. I really, really, really mean it. Okay, enough stappy stuff. Let's start off like we do every tier list with the tanks, because tanks build the meta, the foundation. So you want to know exactly what tanks are good before we know what DPS and supports are good. So let's start off with the S tier tanks, and the 3 in the S tier this season is going to be Roadhog, Winston, and Doomfist. You heard me right, it's freaking Doomfist. And if you don't know why, that's because you didn't see my patch notes video, where Doomfist is just completely juiced to the gills. Like, it's insane. And every single player that have tried Doomfist and have played him, they got invited pre to the Blizzard pre-test. They have been saying how dominant this character is. And when we look at the numbers, Doomfist is just insane. He's going to be an absolute menace, capable of getting picks, capable of brawling on the front line. And yeah, you're going to really see just Doomfist kind of flourish right now. And supports, you're going to have a pretty rough time up against Doomfist. Yeah, it's going to be a bit miserable. I'm not going to lie with you. But there are ways to play around Doomfist, and I'll get to that when we get to the support section. But Roadhog is a tank that's still going to be S tier. And the Doomfist versus Roadhog matchup is going to be pretty common. It's going to be like a Roadhog and a Doomfist existing, Doomfist creating space and playing around the Roadhog, Roadhog trying to shut down the Doomfist, and it's going to be like, does the Roadhog hit enough hooks? Does he actually generate enough value? Does the Doomfist disrupt enough, make enough plays? It's going to be a really interesting matchup, and expect to see this fight go on quite a lot. And the third tank in the S tier is actually going to be Winston. Winston is still going to be really great. Designated dive, I mean, being able to jump on supports, isolate them with bubble, have your DPS there, finish off kills, that is still really strong. Winston is still really great for killing DPS. He's a lot better at peeling than someone like Doomfist is. And really, these 3 tanks are going to be at the top of the meta, but there are a second tier of characters that are kind of right under the surface that we'll see a lot of play as well. Specifically, first in the A tier, Sigma and D.Va. Sigma is going to be fantastic for poking a lot, being able to just poke, not get punished as much. We're just having a shield out there that Sojourn can farm, and on some maps, poke is actually really strong, like Junkertown, and I do imagine Sigma still being very good, although he is a bit of a dog to Doomfist, although there's ways to play around it, and if you have a team back you up, I think in the right composition, Sigma is still very good. And then D.Va's still the peel god. Unfortunately, she has a pretty bad matchup against Doomfist, but she has a good matchup against Winston and Roadhog. And in addition to that, she has good matchups against a lot of the hit scan characters in the game. So when we have characters that want to come in and burst or do long distance damage, let's say Ashe or Tracer or Reaper, D.Va's really good against those characters. So I think her matchup against the DPS is good enough that keeps her high up in the A tier. And then last up at the bottom of the A tier, kind of on the line with A and B, is Reinhardt. Reinhardt's still a really great character on some maps where you can take the fight up close and personal. I will say though, if you're gonna play Rein, you really need a Lucio to help you get in and brawl, and make sure that you're not taking a fight at too far of a distance with your opponent. You want to have full cooldowns, you want to navigate around the map, wait for your cooldowns to be up, wait for your health and shield to be up, and then engage close rather than trying to get to an enemy and force your way through, push through open space too much and die. Now, I will say, though, that your matchup against Doomfist is pretty poor on Rein. It can be really bad. So if you're up against the Doomfist, oftentimes Rein will be really a character you want to swap off against the Doomfist. But if you're not up against the Doomfist, I think you can get value on certain maps. Now, next up in the B tier, we have 2 characters, Junker Queen and Orisa. Junker Queen is getting buffs. It's unclear exactly how much it will affect her in the long term, but there's so many powerful options that just do really great things that Junker Queen is going to get a bit overshadowed, although I don't think she's going to be anywhere near the throw pick that she was before. She's still going to be powerful. She's going to have a high carry potential, and I'm actually really excited for one day when we get a Junker Queen meta, but this season is not that season. Next up is Orisa. Orisa's a great brawl character. She's actually not that bad against Doomfist, being able to neutralize a lot of what he's doing and actually spear him through his block. I actually think that if you're someone that loves Rein and you're getting bullied, you could swap to Orisa and do all right against the Doomfist. And Orisa's great at brawling, but unfortunately Orisa doesn't do as much proactive things as Doomfist, Roadhog, Winston. But Orisa at brawling is unlike almost anything else and is really strong. The next up we have Zarya, and the developers actually have already stated that Zarya is performing a bit under what she should and is a character that probably needs buffs to compensate how far she's fallen. I understand that a lot of people are like, no, we don't want Zarya in the meta at all because she was too strong for too long. But yeah, Zarya I think is still really good if you could generate high charge, play around your team, have enough support from your team. But as a solo carry god, not so much anymore. But being able to enable certain DPS characters like specific perfectly. Reaper, bubbling him in, getting extra value that way, can make Zarya still a really great pick. And then in the C tier, these are characters that are still a bit on the fence or powerful in only certain situations. Wrecking Ball, which is a character that I think is actually pretty strong. And you're like, if you think he's so strong, why is he all the way down in the C tier? Well, it's just because there are characters that do what Wrecking Ball can do, but a bit better. Winston and Doomfist are a bit better than the disruption of Wrecking Ball. Still, if you learn to master Wrecking Ball, I think you can get a ton of value, but that's the same with Doomfist and Winston as well. But like, if your specialty resides in Wrecking Ball, I don't think that the difference is so great that you shouldn't be playing Wrecking Ball. I think he's still really, really strong, and there's not a lot of counters to him right now in the meta. And then last up is Ramattra, and people are like, wait, what? I thought Ramattra was going to be completely busted. Turns out Ramattra is just not. Ramattra is not busted. Ramattra is not overpowered. And it really doesn't come down to anything that's wrong with Ramattra's kit. It comes down to the power level of the abilities and damage. Everything on Ramattra is kind of on the conservative side, whether it's damage, cooldowns, utility, and I could see a world where if you just buff those numbers up, Ramattra is the best tank in the game. But how it is right now, Ramattra is like, you know, quite a bit too weak. It's like if you just took Winston's damage and like reduced it by 40%, same character but reduced everything by 40% or doubled his cooldowns, he would be super weak, right? It's just because the numbers, it's not because of the character. And that's kind of the place that Ramattra's in. So I'm glad that this has happened because one, Ramattra's behind a paywall, and two, I don't want a new character being added into the game that ruins the game. So I'm perfectly fine with Ramattra being one of the worst tanks. But it's actually important to understand that even the C tier tanks right here are actually still playable, especially when we talk about the average rank. Every single tank is playable in one way or another if you're making proper decisions, so don't take this tier list to heart or anything like that. It's important to understand that all these characters can actually have huge impact over the game. Now, next up we have DPS, and remember, DPS are gaining a increase in reload speed per kill, but we actually do not gain a movement speed increase when we get that kill anymore. So for some characters this is going to hurt more, and other characters it's going to hurt less. Well, let's first talk about the S tier, and there's 4 characters I have in the S tier: Tracer, Reaper, Echo, and Widowmaker. Now, some of these are going to shock you a little bit, but let me explain my reasoning. First off, Tracer. Tracer is getting a buff from 5 to 6. Now, keep in mind that she was pre-buffed already because of the bug that was going around that prevented the fall off. But the thing about the difference between the fall off bug and the damage increase is now Tracer's going to be able to do more damage from up close. She's going to have more fall off, or actual fall off now, so you're not going to be Sniper Tracer anymore. But being able to burst someone, one clip someone, these things are more viable now, which was one of the things I was frustrated about Tracer before. It felt like you didn't really gain a huge amount of damage increase for being up close, and now you will actually feel that, so that's a big deal. Next off is Reaper. While Reaper does not get that movement increase anymore, oftentimes Reapers want to engage very close anyways, teleporting to the high ground, being proactive with their movement, or playing with a Lucio. And I do think that Reaper is still a fantastic character, capable of following up a Doom or punishing a Doom, following or punishing a Roadhog. Winston, I mean, he's just great against the tank lineup. He's really great against DPS tools, and all in all, Reaper's just a fantastic freaking pick. Now, the one you might be like, huh, is Echo. And Echo is just the biggest sleeper pick of all time. People just keep sleeping on Echo, and I don't know why, because Echo's insane. Capable of actually punishing tanks, capable of copying these tanks and being an insane threat. Like, your ultimate can be a win condition all by itself. If you're really, really diligent with your Echo use, making sure that you save your fly away, just like you would a slide, to slide away from danger, you're going to be able to punish enemy tanks, make insane plays. You're one of the best characters to actually pocket with a Mercy, and all in all, Echo just kind of comes together to be a really, really fantastic character to master. I'm going to be doing an Echo guide soon, so make sure you stay tuned to that. Last up is Widowmaker, and Widowmaker is a character that actually benefits greatly from Sojourn not being able to one-tap her anymore. And I think a lot of people are just not respecting the Widowmaker nearly as much when they should be. Widowmaker is phenomenal. Now, I do understand that characters like Winston and Doom can pressure a Widow, but just in the 5v5 format, Widow can get value right away or play really conservative in a place that is pretty hard for them to get to or pretty hard to be dove. And of course, this character is going to really scale depending on skill level, right? I don't necessarily think that she's like an S tier DPS in gold or anything like that, but I do think that Widowmaker is going to be someone that is making an actual indention and a mark in the high ranks. And I would imagine that right now, with the top 500 being almost all Sojourns, we're going to see a good mix of Widowmakers in there for the foreseeable future. So that's why I'm putting her in the S tier. Next up, we have A. And at the top of A, guess what? Surprise, surprise, it's Sojourn. And you're like, what the heck? I thought you got a ton of nerfs. She did, but she's still good. And I think this kind of speaks to how powerful she was before. And overall, I think Sojourn's going to be like about the same, maybe even a little bit more powerful in the average rank, but just a lot weaker in the higher ranks. But still, Sojourn has so much flexibility. Just her freaking mini graviton alone, just the fact that she can fight someone and then railgun them in the body, have enough support from your team, a bit better than the difference is so great. Damage, cooldown, quite a bit of decisions already because of the bug that was for Echo and Widowmaker. Now, some of these are going to shock you a little bit. Remember, DPS are gaining a increase in reload speed per kill, but we actually do not gain a movement speed increase when we get that kill anymore. So for some characters, this is going to hurt more, and other characters, it's going to hurt less. But let's first talk about the S tier, and there's 4 characters I have in the S tier: Tracer, Reaper, Echo, and Widowmaker. Now, some of these are going to shock you a little bit, but let me explain my reasoning. First off, Tracer. Tracer is getting a buff from 5 to 6. Now, keep in mind that she was pre-buffed already because of the bug that was going around that prevented the fall off. But the thing about the difference between the fall off bug and the damage increase is now Tracer's going to be able to do more damage from up close. She's going to have more fall off, or actual fall off now, so you're not going to be Sniper Tracer anymore. But being able to burst someone, one clip someone, these things are more viable now, which was one of the things I was frustrated about Tracer before. It felt like you didn't really gain a huge amount of damage increase for being up close, and now you will. You will actually feel that, so that's a big deal. Next off is Reaper. While Reaper does not get that movement increase anymore, oftentimes Reapers want to engage very close anyways, teleporting to the high ground, being proactive with their movement, or playing with a Lucio. And I do think that Reaper is still a fantastic character, capable of following up a Doom or punishing a Doom, following or punishing a Roadhog, Winston. I mean, he's just great against the tank lineup. He's really great against DPS duels. And all in all, Reaper's just a fantastic freaking pick. Now, the one you might be like, huh, is Echo. And Echo is just the biggest sleeper pick of all time. People just keep sleeping on Echo, and I don't know why, because Echo's insane. Capable of actually punishing tanks, capable of copying these tanks and being an insane threat. Like, your ultimate can be a win condition all by itself. If you're really, really diligent with your Echo use, making sure that you save your flyaway just like you would a slide to slide away from danger, you're going to be able to punish enemy tanks, make insane plays. You're one of the best characters to actually pocket with a Mercy. And all in all, Echo just kind of comes together to be a really, really fantastic character to master. I'm going to be doing an Echo guide soon, so make sure you stay tuned to that. Last up is Widowmaker, and Widowmaker is a character that actually benefits greatly from Sojourn not being able to process, but I really do think that Genji is in a very weak state again. He kind of feels Hanzo needs, it's insane. Her pick designated pocket and even a tank going to be leaving a lot of value on the table. And Lucio, he's not going to be a meta tier character, and I think that that's a good thing. I think that that's a great thing. We do not want a Bastion meta, okay? Stop asking for a Bastion meta. I think people forgot how much we complained about Bastion, just like people forgot how much they complained about Doomfist, but it's going to come right back this freaking season. Next up, we have the supports. Last but certainly not least, now, at the top tier, the S of the S, the best supports in the game, still Kiriko and Lucio. Now, remember, because of the key changes to Kiriko, her rush isn't as strong anymore, and you're not going to get as much value by being healed by Lucio, but you have more ammo with your kunai, and you're going to be able to cleanse yourself easier with your Suzu buffs. Overall, Kiriko is going to be a character that cannot heal bot nearly as much as she was before. You got away with it before, but now, if you're not going a bit more proactive, trying to get value with your kunai, you're going to be leaving a lot of value on the table. But if those things are still true, you're still bailing out your team with your Suzu, you're still going to be a great, great, great support and still amazing. And in the Hog v Hog duo mirror, Kiriko is the carry in that fight, so keep that in mind. And you also hard counter honest, so there's a lot of things that Kiriko brings to the table. She's still one of the best supports in the game, but I think Lucio edges her out a bit. Lucio's phenomenal. Not only can he rack up damage, but he has a very impactful ultimate. His speed boost is still insane with characters like Reaper, characters like Roadhog, and he can peel as well. I mean, he could just do it all. Lucio's insane. He's really, really strong, and I think that he's just one of the best supports, just period. Next off in the A tier, we have only one character, and it's Mercy. Now, Mercy is an interesting character because the developers have told us that outside of top 500, Mercy actually has some of the highest win rate, even higher than Kiriko outside of top 500, which means that Mercy is just a character that not only has high win percentage, but they also said that she scales higher with skill. So she's a character that some people might think, oh, she's pretty easy to play and there's not a lot of skill expression, but especially with a lot of the movement text added to the game, I think that Mercy is extremely difficult to master, and if you do, you get rewarded for it. On top of that, with a lot of the changes to some of the DPS, characters like Ashe and Sojourn really benefit from a pocket, Echo benefits from a pocket, and the res is something that you get off quite a bit with some of these isolated fights. And don't forget, now Mercy can Glock people. You have more Glock ammo, and yeah, I think Mercy's a fantastic support, and I think she's really strong. And especially with Kiriko's ultimate being nerfed quite a bit, bringing it back in line with some of the others, Mercy's ultimate actually looks a little bit decent now compared to how bad it looked before when you compared it in the head-to-head compared to Kiriko. Next up, we have B tier. These are supports that are really strong depending on who you are playing against and what teams you're playing with, but they can be countered if you're playing against certain things. So first up, we have Zen. I think Discord is underrated. It is so powerful. You can't
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for tuning into another Super Tease video. And if you clicked this one, I know that you are somebody who likes to dabble in the bark arts. This is a video that is likely going to get you a lot of hate after watching it and implementing what the information it contains has. It is very dangerous, very volatile. This is a Guardian Druid Dragonflight PvP guide. I'm going to be covering everything about it that is making it completely bonkers. You want to top the BG scoreboard? You want to top the healing meter too? You want to take 10 players on at once? You want to one-shot people with massive burst damage? You want limitless healing? This is the class for you. We just made a video about it yesterday, showcasing it and its gameplay. So today we're going to go a little bit more on the analytical side. We're going to be detailing every little thing that has to do with Guardian Druid so you can abuse it maximally. So Guardian Druid received a new talent tree, and it got a ton of buffs recently, moving into the expansion to try and compensate it for PvE. And because of all these damage buff, it is in a position where it is doing monstrous amounts of damage. So the main focus with the Guardian Druid specialization is going to be ramping up towards Maul. This is going to be your massive kind of burst crit area. Talents to take into account for this are Vulnerable Flesh, which is going to increase the critical strike chance of our Maul by 30%, as well as Tooth and Claw, which is our auto attacks have a chance to empower our next Maul, increasing its damage up to 80%, also reducing the target's damage to you by 15% if you're doing World PvP, 1v1, BGs and stuff like that. That portion will be important. We also have Mangle will increase the damage of your next Maul, and your Maul will increase the damage of your next Mangle by 15%, stacking up to 3 times. So rotating in 3 Mangles into a Maul during your Berserk window is going to be when you are doing a monstrous amount of damage. Now, some other things to take into account is you have a lot of Berserk talents, things like Berserk Persistence. This is going to make it so that your Frenzied Regeneration has no cooldown. So you're basically going to be going immortal mode when you pop Berserk. So you want to think of this as like a double-edged sword. When you're getting low on health and you've run out of Frenzied Regen charges, that's when you've baited your opponents into thinking that you're going to die. You can pop Berserk, immediately heal yourself to full and absolutely crush them, because when you're also in Berserk, you're going to be able to spam your Mangle and reduce the rage cost of your Maul by 50%. So you're going to be able to do Mangle, Maul really fast, get massive burst damage out while also Frenzy regenerating yourself to full HP effectively for free. Some talents you're going to want to avoid is something like 2 charges of Survival Instincts. It's really unnecessary. You could take it, but I really prefer the damage options towards the bottom of the tree. Brambles is still very important to take. This is when you bark skin, you'll start basically, radiating AoE damage around yourself. Really powerful against melee attackers when you get swarmed and surrounded. You're going to be able to kill a lot of players really easily when you activate Barkskin during this window. And you're really going to want to make sure that you pick up infected wounds so that your Mangle and Maul will snare the target, because otherwise people will be running away from you very easily. Now, when we get to the bottom of the tree, I think there is room for a little bit of nuance and maneuvering around in terms of talents, but there's some components that you really want to be aware of, and some of those are Ursock's Fury. This is Thrash and Maul will grant you a shield for 30% of the damage that you deal. Again, like this healing, right, from doing damage is always such an important component to why a specialization ends up being overpowered in PvP. This is an important component. The other one on the right side is Elun's Favor, which is when you're in bear form, your arcane damage will heal you for 30% of the damage that it's dealt. So if you're able to get Moonfire onto a whole bunch of targets, you're going to start just generating shields through your Thrash, through your Maul, through your Moonfire, just by attacking. You're going to generate heals and damage at the same time. So this is really effective. And where we start to get into debate for talent points is whether or not Galactic Guardian, which is 5% chance to get an automatic Moonfire, which would trigger our Elun's Favored, and also make the next Moonfire we cast do 300% more damage, which would also trigger our Elun's Favored healing, or just passive Thrash does 25% more damage, which means we're getting constantly 30% shield from the Thrash. So again, it probably depends on a single target versus AoE situation, battleground situation. This one's probably going to pump out more healing overall, and then 1v1 you're probably going to get more value out of Galactic Guardian, but I'm really going to have to test these ones out specifically as to which one feels better. This one's a little bit more active or automatic. This one also takes you out of your rotation of trying to mangle and maul all of the time, and that's where you're going to get your kill pressure to kill a target. I know a lot of people think Guardian Druid is just pad damage, but it's really not if you focus on mangle and maul. Some of the other ones are Rage of the Sleeper. It's really important just to note with this one that it's no longer CC immunity, but it is significantly lower cooldown. So this is going to prevent 25% of all the damage you take. It's going to increase your damage by 15% and grant you a massive amount of leech and reflect damage. So comboing your Bark Skin with Rage of the Sleeper, basically if you have like 3 warriors on you or whatever, 2 rogues, a demon hunter, and they're all on you, you Bark Skin Rage of the Sleeper, they will just all evaporate in front of you. You will just absolutely destroy melee DPS. There's going to be pretty much close to nothing that they can do when you activate the Rage of the Sleeper with the Bark Skin combo like that. And that's when you're going to be doing a monstrous amount of damage that is, it's, you know, you could say it's pad, but it's also going to just be absolutely rampaging melee attackers down into the ground. Another debate of talent point would be to drop Untamed Savagery and Galactic Guardian to get Incarnation, which would effectively make our Berserk last longer, which means we'd have a longer period of time with no Frenzied Regen cooldown, longer period of time with Mangle and Maul. This is probably like the optimal dueling one. These ones will do more damage and more healing and sustain in battlegrounds, but if you're going maybe in skirmish or, you know, small group combat, Incarnation could be massive for burst. I'm going to try this likely tonight on my stream, which is linked in the description down below. You can see how all of this experimentation will play out for yourself to see which ones are going to be the best options, kind of show you really like how powerful this spec is at the moment. When we look at the left side of the talent tree in terms of talents, the most important thing that I have noted is to get Heart of the Wild. This is just, again, going to enhance the effective healing from your Frenzied Regeneration. Also, if you happen to run out of Frenzied Regeneration charges, it will also increase your Rejuve and your Swift Bend damage. So it's going to just be a really nice boost. Renewal just as an extra emergency heal. Well-honed Instincts, again, for just another automatic proccing heal is really important. I was debating whether or not to drop Improved Stampeding Roar for Cyclone, because I do think if you were going to actually try to play this competitively, that having Cyclone would be a lot better and more important in order to, you know, end games. So this was one that I was thinking about flexing around. I'm also going to have the build for this in the description down below if you want, but I'm just pointing out things that you might want to consider for flipping around. This for Cyclone is definitely one to consider, because this is just such a powerful crowd control effect. When we look at honor talents, I was focused on playing like a flag carry, like infinite mobility spec, because I wanted to win BGs and farm primals. Toughness just gives you reduced duration of stun, which is now valuable because you can't immune CC. Malorn Swiftness makes your travel form super fast, and Overrun just gives you another mobility cooldown to charge towards a target and stun them. But if you were going to want to focus on damage, you would probably not want to be running all of these talents specifically. You would want to switch some around, and honestly, I'm trying to find the one. Did they delete it? Sharpened Claws here for 25% more thrash damage. This is really good, again, because of what we talked about with Ursock's Fury, where our thrash damage is going to provide us an absorb shield. So this is really important just for overall damage. And another option is Raging Frenzy, which is Frenzied Regen will also generate rage. And now remember, when we have Berserk active, Frenzied Regen has no cooldown. So we have limitless rage generation, which means we could have limitless maul spam, and we could just completely run somebody down 50k, 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 50k with insane combos of burst because of that combination. So you have some talent points. You could still run Overrun, or you could run Den Mother if you're in a battleground and want to help your allies. If you're not playing with allies, solo world PvP or whatever, or don't care about your allies, Overrun is going to be really nice because just an extra stun and an extra mobility cooldown in order to get back to your target. So this would be like my most offensive build that I could run. This is likely going to be pumping out insane damage, just completely ridiculous. And like I said, I'll have the link to the video after this if you've missed some of the gameplay for it. This is just the analytical side. What is fueling the beast, the behemoth, the monster beneath the depths that should never have been resurfaced? The old god, corrupted Ursoc. This is basically... Oh, there's somebody over there. There's somebody over there. There's somebody over there. I see you. Dive bomb. Oh my god, I got silenced. Bye-bye. 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 Goodbye. There's a rogue. Oh, we can 2v1 this Shadow Priest. Let's go. Get him, dude. I'll accidentally double kill you, I guess, actually. Well... Oh, boom! Ha, boom! Revenge. It's the wrong button to slow. Pit Daddy's coming. Pit Daddy's out. Pit Daddy is out and about. The Pit Daddy. Oh! Ho, ho, ho! Okay. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm playing Demo. Guys, dude, how are they always together? Oh yeah! It's not so nice when someone's helping me now, is it? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Eekum bokum. Ikum bokum. Ikum bokum. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Cauterize, cauterize, cauterize. Got him.